encapsulates their innovative ideas, visionary solutions, and unwavering commitment to shaping a brighter future. Now, let us engage in insightful discussion, fostering synergy and empowering our youth to pave the way for a prosperous and inclusive tomorrow. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the session to the Indonesia Youth Diplomacy representative to lead the discussion. You may take over the session.
Thank you very much to the MC. However, we would like to request several minutes for the other representatives to join, because we can see that there's still several countries who's not complete. So let's take a little wait for around 1 until 2 minutes. Thank you. Hi, greetings all delegates. Please go back to your seat since we're going to start right away. If your fellow delegations have not arrived yet, please directly tag them in your group chat or contact them so we can start. Thank you. Okay, greetings all delegates. We're going to start right now. We're currently still doing the technicalities for the share screen, but we're going to start anyway since all of you have access to the files. So yeah, just like yesterday, the amendments and the direct editing will be done by the reporters in that file, and if you have anything, you can suggest it. So greetings delegates, welcome to the all-in discussion session of FEALAC Youth Summit 2023. My name is Anastasia Jaslyn, you guys already know that, but I will be the chairperson for this session and I will be leading it. Next to me there's Justin Orlando and also there's Ihsan Kamil, and they will be the reporter that will assist us in handling all the administrative matters within this discussion, especially in regards to the document editing. So this session will be divided into two parts. First is we're going to talk about the general chapeau discussion in which you guys have sent your revisions before you come here, and we have already integrated them. And second, we're going to discuss regarding the sub-theme and the annex discussion. But this discussion will revolve around the finalization and the confirmation about what will be confirmed within the documents. Each delegate, regardless of their tracks, is allowed to participate. Therefore, we invite delegates to participate actively in the discussion. Unlike yesterday, if any delegate would like to raise any points, please raise your country flag that you have in your name placard, and delegates are only allowed to turn on their mic once the chair has given the floor to the delegate. Don't forget to also turn off your mic after you have finished speaking. Also, because this is still a discussion session, so we just want to say that no worries, we're still going to be hold this in a more flexible manner and just treat this as an exchange of ideas. And before we start, we would like to remind the delegates again that we're very time constrained. Hence, please make your speech and proposal as concise but comprehensive as possible, and we will focus mainly on finalizing the current draft and annexes. Also, we would like to give a little reminder that we need to choose two representatives from each track to present during the plenary session later. So don't forget to decide and give us the names within each sub-team's WhatsApp group. And again, also the most important point is that we need to reach a consensus for us to adopt any point and the declaration as a whole. So we look forward to your cooperativeness. Thank you. Okay, since you guys have already got the link to the final draft, we're going to start with the chapeau part, and we're going to do it paragraph by paragraph. So we're going to start from the first paragraph, the youth representative of the FEALAC member countries, and proceeding to the end of that paragraph. The chair would like to open the floor to see if there's any objection. Okay, seeing as none, we will adopt and proceed. So next, we're going to go into the second paragraph, We're opening the floor if there's any objection. Okay, the delegation of Indonesia. Can the logistical team give the hand mic? Hand mic. Okay. It's for the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair and esteemed delegates, for the time. I would like to suggest an amendment towards the second paragraph. While this may sound minor, but since we are talking about the Paris Agreement and its 1.5-degree target, I would like to suggest a change in the wording of adaptation and mitigation. To be in line with the Paris Agreement and its wording, I would like to suggest a change to mitigation and adaptation. So mitigation would come first. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that point. It's very well noted. Next, we're going to give the floor to the delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the team who has worked very diligently to put together this draft. My suggestion for paragraph 2 is to include the following. In the last sentence. My suggestion is for the last sentence to read, however, in order to accelerate climate action, youth must be included in the development of solutions against the tremendous triple planetary crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the delegation of Australia. Okay. Next, to the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Delegation of Indonesia would like to continue my colleague proposal. We would like to mention in here that acceleration of climate action could not happen if there is no concrete ambition and transformative pathway. So therefore, we would like to add the word transformative pathway after the accelerate word. So accelerate transformative pathway of climate action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the delegation of Indonesia. Okay, considering all the suggestions, the paragraph will be, we recognize that global challenges in promoting mitigation and adaptation measures with such magnitude will require substantial youth engagement to achieve the 1.5-degree target in the Paris Agreement. However, in order to accelerate transformative pathways to climate action, youths must be included in the development of solutions against tremendous triple planetary crisis. On that note, is there any objection or any other suggestion on the floor? The delegation of Australia.
Thank you again, Chair. Can we also suggest the development and delivery, just to emphasise the importance of not being only part of the creation process, but ensuring that youth are part of the entire process in full in the community.
Thank you very much. Okay. So it will be, however, in order to accelerate transformative pathways and delivery to climate action, youths must be included in the development of solution against tremendous triple planetary crisis. Are there any objections?
Sorry, clarification. Included in the development and delivery of solutions against tremendous. So,
Okay, thank you for clarifying that out. Okay, on that note, is there any other objection? The delegation of Colombia.
Hello, I would like to add to that paragraph maybe an emphasis on how, yes, the youth is leading these social and environmental changes, but it needs to be in co-design and collaboration with local wisdom and sovereignty of the communities we're working with.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion. Before that, if there's any other delegates who would like to propose a suggestion or revision to the other chapeau paragraph, you may also do a suggestion within the document. Thank you. The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all distinguished delegates. Before delegation of Indonesia continue to our intervention, we would like to kindly ask that the technical issue of our microphone to be solved. Thank you. My delegation would like to ask clarification from the delegation of Australia regarding the term of co-designing. Indonesia understood clearly the literal meaning of co-designing, but however, we would like to see what are the intentions of Australia in putting this term, because we want to measure the impacts if such language is adapted to the draft. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. However, the point didn't come from the delegation of Australia. If I'm not mistaken, it came from the delegation of Colombia. So
Apologies,
so we
Colombia
will
then.
give the floor directly to the delegation of Colombia to clarify their point.
The delegation of Colombia means with co-design is to provide, create, provide, and also follow up initiatives that can be turned into spaces, but also products that can somehow develop the processes of climate action inside of the communities. And with that, it means that there are solutions and particular actions that can be led by multidisciplinary teams, and it's something that we will touch further on the annexes.
Thank you, Colombia, for the clarification. My delegation would like to further ask in which, if such specific steps deriving from the term co-designing is accommodated in the annex, Indonesia would like to question that we need to synergize the language and synchronize the language. So if the language is the same, we are totally fine with it. Thank you.
Sorry, Delegate of Indonesia, I cannot get your point.
My delegation mean that if the term co-designing is also what's written in the annex, if it is the same thing that is written there, the same language, then we still can accept this. But if it is different, let's synchronize it so the term, the usage of the term will all be the same. Thank you. Is the word co-designing mentioned specifically in your annex? Can you specify?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much to the delegation of Indonesia and the delegation of Colombia. Just to confirm, therefore, are the delegations of Indonesia agree that the co-designing words are going to be included?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. We only see that the co-designing is only included in the critical land restoration joint conclusion. It is not adapted in anywhere else outside of critical land restoration. So yeah, but in the other chamber we use the term co-creation. So that's our point right now. Seeing that if we can, put the word not limited to co-designing, that will be great. So not limited to before the co-designing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Also, to clarify a little bit regarding the annex will only be referred to the clauses written in each sub-theme regarding of its technical implementation. So the chapeau part will not have an annex on its own. Thank you. To the delegation of Colombia.
Yes, I would only like to clarify for all of the delegations that the word co-design, especially in the part of design, the difference between design and creation probably is the perspective and the future and sustainable care of the initiative. That means that the initiative should have like not only implementation but also a follow-up and measure of impact.
Okay. The delegation of Indonesia.
Yes, if all of us can see on the screen, we have added the word but not limited to before co-designing. So yeah, that will be our compromises for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the inputs. Within the discussion of the chair, we agree to the inclusion of co-designing within the premise of the inclusion. Also with the recommendations from the delegation of Indonesia to include but not limited to co-designing solutions. Thank you very much. Referring to that point, we're going to ask regarding the whole paragraph, are there any other objection? The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Just to simplify this sentence, we would like to suggest that we simply say youth must be included in the development of co-designed solutions. In the co-design and delivery of solutions, instead of development.
And the delegate
Sorry, I'll clarify. The sentence would read, youth must be included in the co-design and development of solutions against tremendous triple planetary, and I believe crises would follow the word planetary.
Just to clarify, is it already correct as written in the docs?
Would the chair permit me to make edits, suggestions on my computer? Thank you.
Yeah, that will be very great. Thank you very much. the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. To further simplify and to the point of our Australian delegates, we would like to suggest the final sentence to be put into this paragraph, which would read out, however, in order to accelerate transformative pathways to climate actions, youths, comma, with the collaboration together with local communities, comma, must be included in the development and delivery of co-designed solutions against tremendous triple planetary crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Delegate of Indonesia, can you repeat the sentences? Thank you.
My delegation will type it on the GDocs. Meanwhile, we would like to add more that we think that the inclusion of youth should not be limited on co-designing only. We get that the framing in here is to deliver that, okay, the solutions are co-designed with local communities. But however, we see that we should not strictly limit the sentence only to co-design. So that's why on previous intervention we add the word but not limited to. But seeing that the new Australian proposal does not include any word but not limited to or any other word that can leave a much more general sense, then Indonesia would like to add, together with local communities, must be included but not limited to in the development and delivery. So there are still but not limited to in the new proposed change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. Okay, as we can see on the screen, this is the end result. Are there any other objection? Seeing as there's none, we're going to move on to the next paragraph. The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, before we move on to the next paragraph, we would like to suggest a small amendment. We do not feel there is a significant need to include the word however. Thus, we believe that it's best for grammatical reasons to start with in order to for the second sentence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. We're accepting that suggestion, and within the discretion of the chair, we're going to adopt that paragraph. Let's move on to the next paragraph. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Regarding the preamble clause number 3, reaffirm that young people, the Kingdom of Cambodia would like to add the existing youth-led organization. It means that we recognize the young people and existing youth-led organization are important positive force leading the next generation into correct the adaptation of the sustainable lifestyle. Because the existing youth-led organization is still important and we need to recognize them and still it should be promoted. Madam Chair, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Myanmar.
Thank you, Chair. So the delegation of Myanmar, we would like to point out the point that about to commit to partnering with young people to create dignified employment opportunity. So we think that as for the young people, not only commit to partnering with young people, but also it should be the general. So commit to partnering with all stakeholders to create dignified employment opportunities. We want to suggest like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. Also, we would like to remind that the agreed upon paragraphs above are not allowed to be edited or be given suggestions anymore. Thank you. Regarding this third paragraph, are there any other objection? The delegation of Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. Colombia would like to give a sense of importance towards young environmental leaders, and not only the importance of their action, but also the need to ensure good life quality for them, so they can follow up doing their actions into the communities. Since many of the countries present in here, the environmental leaders face constant hazardous situations and contexts in terms of violence. We think that should be addressed somehow, and the need of preserving not just resources, environment, but also the environmental leaders that are taking climate actions in our context.
Thank you very much. However, we need to clarify, are you going to add another sentence in regards to that point?
I think, mentioning and addressing youth environmental leaders is a very fundamental point for our declaration.
So you want to add another sentence?
Probably adding to not changing young people, but more young environmental leaders.
So you, sorry, but we would like to clarify again. So you would like to change young people to young environmental leaders? Okay, well noted. We apologize, however, since the next wordings will be like the positive force leading the next generation, we believe that it'll be a little bit redundant if we say young environmental leaders again. Are there any other suggestions that they would like to raise? The delegation of Australia.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. A few quick suggestions. So, the first suggestion is to remove the word existing after youth organisations. This is to emphasise future youth organisations and collective action, so not ones that currently exist and have previously, that currently exist, so to account for that. The second thing is a point on grammar, say youth organisations, so adding an S. And then also changing a positive leading force. Instead of saying the next generation, we want to sub that in with a force leading FEALAC member states to encourage the adoption of sustainable lifestyle. The reason for this suggestion is we want to emphasise that young people are leading the way broadly and are not just leading the next generation.
Thank you very much for the suggestions. The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and all distinguished delegates. Indonesia would like to, first of all, reflecting to our previous submission, Indonesia, if we remember correctly, we do not use the term affected areas on our personal submission to the Secretariat. However, we would like to ask whoever proposed these affected areas to clarify this, because we believe that the most common term that we are going to use here is vulnerable or impacted areas. We, in previous UN documents as well, it's very scarce for the usage of most affected, we believe, in regards of youth-led meaningful engagement on climate action. Thank you. So we would like to change most affected to most vulnerable areas. Thank you.
Apologies, I would like to confirm that you would like an elaboration regarding the usage of most affected areas instead of most vulnerable.
Yes, yes, and then we propose change to vulnerable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Upon the chair discretion, we would like to elaborate that the usage of the most affected areas is in a more general terms in which usually like the most vulnerable population will be included in that, but we are not limiting to only that, but also the possibilities of other risks. Therefore, we are using the most affected areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With that being said, we still propose vulnerable because vulnerable cover both areas that are potentially to be affected, areas that are already affected. Yeah, so I think that will be a good umbrella term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that point. On that note, are there any other objection? The delegation of China.
Thanks, Chair. I would like, delegates from China would like to suggest that we add an words in the second row that considering that most of the member countries of FEALAC is developing countries, so in order to accelerating the transition, not only do we need to encourage sustainable lifestyle, which is consumption part, but also we need to focusing on the production side. Therefore, we would like to suggest that we add a word that we need to encourage green economy development as well as sustainable lifestyle to create like more environment friendly.
Just to clarify, so it will be to encourage the creation of a green economic development.
Yeah, green economic development.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion.
Thanks.
The delegation of Bolivia.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to add the wordings of, especially in most, I was adding some more specific things, more potential, comma, vulnerable, and most affected areas. Potential because there is a tendency to become a problem from the climate actions. Vulnerable because some condition of resources, and affected areas is already affected. So it can be study cases for those areas. Thank you.
Very much noted. Thank you for that suggestion. Is there any other objection? If not, we're going to move to the next paragraph. The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the member for Bolivia to just re-clarify the reason for adding potential into the last sentence.
Because the potential, I think, why I say potential, because talking about climate action, we don't have the kind of, some areas, some countries or communities, they don't have the ability or skills or resources to prepare of any kind of, they have no preparation, only preparation of skills to prepare some disasters of some conflict of climate action. For instance, we have a potential because natural disaster, for instance. Yeah. for example, natural disaster that is something coming that way because the climate change, and natural disasters is tornadoes, because obviously have some areas that are facing tornadoes that before they never have happened before. More or less that the meaning of potential, to make it more inclusive of all future of future sorry, what to say? Substance, some kind of, sorry, my mind is blocked. To prepare for potential areas that will be, future will be in crisis.
Thank you for that, the member for Bolivia. I would like to suggest that all of those definitions are still included in the word vulnerable. Countries can have the potential to become vulnerable in the future. They don't necessarily need to be vulnerable now. My suggestion is just to simplify that sentence. We acknowledge that that potential could be included in the word vulnerable. And so remove the word potential.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Chile?
Yeah, the delegation of Chile agrees with Australia in the sense of vulnerability is part of the potentiality of affected areas. So yeah, I think it could be omitted, or maybe like just grammatically change potential for potentially vulnerables or affected areas, something like that. Yeah, pretty much that.
Thank you very much. However, since we're very time constrained, therefore we, within the discretion of the chairing team, we decided to use the vulnerable and affected. Thank you. Next to the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia, we also reflect at the same time from our national medium long-term development plan. And I think this is the same language as well that has been included in many proposals in multilateral fora. Indonesia would like to propose two Chinese amendments, two Chinese delegation amendments. So instead of narrowing it down only to green economy, so instead we would like to change it into encourage environmental quality betterment, disaster resilient society, and low carbon development. So it's not going to be encourage the creation of green economy development, but encourage environmental quality betterment, disaster resilient society, and low carbon development as what we have right in the G-Docs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. No? To the delegation of Colombia.
Thanks, Chair. We would like to add a very specific change of term to the term of areas, since we recognize the term areas as a definition of the physical, anthropologic, and the materiality of the communities, like in the terms of geography. But if we change areas for territories, we will also refer to the immaterial and intangible part of the communities, such as the cultural and ethnic dimension.
Thank you very much for that point. Within the discretion of the chair, because I'm sorry, we're very time constrained, we're going to adopt this paragraph with according to the last change. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the next paragraph. Are there any objection on the floor?
Miss Chair.
Yes, the delegation of Japan.
I'm sorry, I'd like to suggest one more for the previous paragraph. Instead of saying to the low carbon, instead of saying the low carbon development, I would like to suggest to mention zero carbon development, because like ultimately we would like to meet the zero carbon development instead of low carbon. Thank you.
Apologies, but can you repeat it? It's not really clear on our side.
Okay, so instead of saying low carbon development, I like to say zero carbon development or carbon neutral. Carbon neutral development or zero carbon.
Delegate, can you please give the suggestion immediately because we cannot hear it really clearly here with the hand mic. Apologies, delegates. Thank you.
Delegation of the Indonesia suggested carbon neutral development in the document, and then that's what I say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. We're going to apply that within the previous agreed upon paragraph. Thank you, the delegation of Japan. Next, we're going to go to the paragraph. We reiterate the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and goes on. Are there any objection? The delegation of Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. And regarding the next paragraph, the delegation of Mexico would like to add, we reiterate our commitment to actively state that we enforce all these agreements. And also I would like to remind that time is of the essence to move forward. So let's not get very technical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, so you want to add, we reiterate our commitment to actively enforce the 2030 agenda, and goes on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion. Are there any other revision, suggestion, or objection? The delegation of Panama.
And just for summary's sakes, in the section where it says, encourage the adoption of sustainable lifestyles that encourage environment quality betterment, the Panama delegation would like to suggest circular economy.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? And you're suggesting for the current paragraph that we're in, right?
We're in the second paragraph still, no?
We're currently in the paragraph of the one that we reiterate.
The third one.
Can you just put in the suggestion first through the Google Docs?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll address that. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make the factual information, I think COP15 of the UN CBD instead of CCD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well noted. It will be accepted. The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of our Panama delegation, we would also like to add amendments towards this paragraph, particularly related to the first sentence, which should state out related to climate change, circular economy, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Thank you very much. Again, we would like to clarify that the previous paragraph cannot be edited or suggested more, and we're currently in the paragraph of we reiterate to include Mexico's suggestion, our commitment to actively enforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Mexico.
Thank you. At the end, we can add and other international conventions, so it doesn't. So it's not limited to only this, but also other international conventions. So it doesn't get too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Thank you very much. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. For the sake of time and also for the clarity of this paragraph, we would like to ask permission to edit changes directly into the paragraph for it to be grammatically correct without changing the substance of this paragraph itself. Would that be okay? And just to be clear, we are talking about the fourth paragraph, which is we reiterate our commitment.
So you would like to give your suggestions clearly?
Yes.
I think if I interpret it, you would like to give a whole, suggestions of paragraph. Yeah, I think we can see it. We can see the suggestions.
I'm sorry, I did not catch that. Can you repeat that again?
Oh, yeah, I think you can just write the suggestion down right now. Okay.
Noted. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Within the chair's discretion, again, apologies because of the time constraint. We're going to adopt this this paragraph according to the last revision done by the delegation of Indonesia. Yes, the delegation of Indonesia.
Just a question, if it is allowed, we would like to add one more framework, which is the G20 Bali update on sustainable development goals in the framework itself, because this deliverable has been agreed in the previous G20 summit presided by Indonesia in Bali last year, 2022. In any place, so yeah, comma in any place, as long as it is accommodating G20 Bali update on SDGs. Because the Bali update really tracks every SDGs implementation and its progress that has been identified and monitored by the G20 countries, which I believe some of the G20 countries are also member states of the FEALAC. Thank you.
The delegation of Mexico.
Objection, because not all FEALAC countries belong to the G20, so we could be excluding rather than including. And also other international conventions include this one.
Thank you very much for that point. In order to increase the efficiency, we'll deny the input regarding the G20 Bali declarations, because although it has several points that are important, but we believe that all the framework that has been mentioned has already encapsulated that. So we're not going to enter the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration. The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to suggest to add the sentence after the agreement in the area related to the contribution of the climate actions, rather than focusing on rather than stating the climate change, circular economy, and the environmental. Because when we talk about the contribution to the climate actions, the circular economy and stuff are all included in this word. So therefore, the Kingdom of Cambodia would like to replace the climate change and circular economy by in the area related to the contribution into the climate actions. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The delegation of El Salvador.
Thank you. I suggest that we can add another international and regional agreements or conventions, because sometimes we have some regional agreements. For example, in Central America, we have a lot of agreements that only refers to countries in Central America.
Thank you very much. We'll adopt that point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And since within the discretion of the chair, we're going to adopt this paragraph per the last changes. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next paragraph, it's actually about the site visit. Are there any objection or the delegation of Indonesia?
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation would like to suggest to specify the Citarum River system to include Bojong Soang, Oxbow, and the Cienteng Retention Basin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That point will be adopted. Okay. Are there any other objection? Seeing as there's none, we'll move on to the next paragraph regarding the reflecting the spirit of.
Chair, am I allowed?
Yes, the delegation
Okay.
of Indonesia.
Thank you. We would like to add meaningful youth engagement before, after solutions and before the word end. Because we believe that the essence of the, especially after visiting the FEALAC Youth Centers and then the Juanda Forest Park and everything, we believe that at the end of the day, we are also talking about meaningful youth engagement on climate action. Thank you.
So it will be similar challenges that require meaningful youth. Yeah, the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to suggest the addition of another clause in that particular sentence to add in a context-specific approach. So it would be a multi-stakeholder and context-specific approach. Because we do acknowledge that while we do have similarities, every solution must be context-based and must be specific towards the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Within the discretion of the chair, since the nature of the paragraph is already very comprehensive, we'll move on to the next paragraph, which is regarding the reflecting the spirit of Bandung Principles of 1955 Asian African Conference. Are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of Colombia.
Thanks, Chair. We would like to get back to the part that mentions the frameworks, and we would like to include the Women's Climate Action Agenda for the frameworks.
Thank you very much for the suggestion, but since it's already adopted, we're not moving to that paragraph. Again, really sorry.
Thanks, Chair.
Are there any objection on the floor? Seeing as there's none, we'll just move to the closing statement of the Chapo part. which is we're going to do two paragraphs directly because it's very related. Also regarding the establishment of the FEALAC Youth Network for Climate Actions, are there any objections regarding the wordings or the reframings?
Chair, apologies, which one that you are talking about?
It's under the sub-theme. It's the closing chapeau.
Oh, closing chapeau.
Delegates wishing to present their points regarding any revision towards these two closing paragraphs may raise their flags. The delegation of Mexico.
Yeah, to move forward, I think we can close this section by moving the order of the words. After learning about initiatives related to the climate actions in Bandung, Indonesia, and then we erase, after bursting our waste bank, we came to a common understanding. Because here, after visiting initiatives, I think it's just we didn't do anything, but we actually learned something. So after learning about initiatives, we came to a common understanding. Thank you.
The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to suggest that the first part of the paragraph say, as FEALAC youth representatives.
Okay, thank you very much for that point. And to address the point brought by the delegation of Mexico, since we're already moving on to the next paragraph, we'll keep the learn, but during the adoption, like the revision, we kept the word learn because after after understanding about it, learning also includes like how we learn the theoretical, but also understanding how it will be adopted. Thank you. Next. Again, for this two closing paragraph, are there any other objection? Seeing as there's none, we can conclude that the chapeau part is finished. So we're going to go straight into the sub-theme discussion, starting from the critical land restoration. Again, this is not only for the delegations assigned to that sub-theme. Other delegations may also give their inputs or revision towards this. So for the first clause, are there any objection? The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor regarding the theme, the critical land restoration, focusing on the operative clause number 1, acknowledging that in 2022, United Nations declared. So there should be the point of information regarding this, since acknowledging is just like you reckon, like it's just like there is no practical action that we can take or we can be implemented in every country in the state. We just acknowledge. In this case, this clause should be moved to put in the preamble clause as the we still acknowledging that in 2022, the United Nations declared there is no critical, still the main point for us to consider. Therefore, acknowledging in this here doesn't provide us the practical actions that all countries in the FEALAC members can implement this mechanism. Now, Madam Chair, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Indonesia.
Okay, thank you for the floor. The delegation from Indonesia would like to change the word drawdown with carbon reduction or carbon neutral. I believe that it will be better to come with the word carbon because Indonesia hasn't familiar with the word drawdown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor again. For the floor. Again, the operative clause number 1, it should be put it in the preamble clause because acknowledging there is no action can be taken. And also it posed the questions to the members in the theme of the critical land restoration to further elaborate in this clause. How does this clause can be implemented and how does it kind of contribute to the climate action or as well as the critical land restoration in every country and the FEALAC member states. The floor is yours, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. As the delegate who was part of the critical land restoration clauses, I can understand where the questions around the first clause come in. I think the request is to remove that clause in its entirety. I would prefer to move it into the preamble, but if that's not possible, then I think because it isn't exactly actionable, we probably could remove that clause.
Thank you very much for that point. Within the chair's discretion, we see that although it is more like a guiding principle, it will be unfortunate to omit it as a whole. So we see that it will be prioritized within this sub-team, so it can be the one guiding principle that the other action will refer to. So it is still acceptable and the spirit of it will be manifested in the annexes of the other clauses.
Thank you, Chair. My only other suggestion, if we are going to keep this wording, is to replace reduction with sequestration, since critical land restoration, it does reduce carbon emissions in a sense, but more than anything, it would sequester carbon from the atmosphere, which I believe is most important in this section.
Thank you very much for that input. Are there any other objections to the first point, the delegation of Indonesia?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to express, we would like to question the inclusion of the last sentence of this clause, which states it might be the only credible way for us as young people to salvage what is left of the world that we are inheriting. We do believe that it does not add much substance to the clause itself, and we believe that it can be excluded as of.
Thank you very much, and that will be the last floor given regarding the first point. The chairing team agreed that we can't omit the last sentence. It is not declaration oriented, and we will adopt the change of word from reduction to sequestration. Okay. We're going to move on to the second point, which is the promoting critical land restoration based on principles of inclusive, multidisciplinary, and creative public participation, and so on. Are there any other objection? The delegation of Australia.
Only a grammatical change to replace the word as after sustainability on line 3 with in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegation of El Salvador.
Thank you. We would like to change public participation to society participation.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion. Are there any other? The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you. Indonesia would like to change the word creative into innovative, and then we would like to also delete the word local wisdom.
Thank you for the suggestion. The delegation of Bolivia.
I'm not agree on the local wisdom to be deleted because local wisdom is a part of critical restoration. All the society is living in the land, and that land also represents a local wisdom. The local wisdom is for all the entities on the world. It's very important to have this issue in line for the future generation, also in the youth, to understand this point of issue of cultural or wisdom culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll give the floor to the delegation of Chile.
Maybe if Indonesia would like to clarify what they want to delete the local wisdom, because Chile do agree with Bolivia on this respect. Indonesia just mentioned innovative society participation, and we could based on local wisdom to create these innovative solutions.
Thank you very much. We'll give the floor directly to the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you. We delete the word localism and changing it into local context, so we haven't really finished our intervention because previously we deleted first because we want to see the reaction from the floor, but seeing that we have received the inputs, we would like to add the word local context instead. So it's both cultural, social, like indigenous, so everything is under the local context term as what we have used as well in other multilateral frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any response? The delegation of Chile?
Yeah, the delegation of Chile would like to keep the word wisdom because we will lose semantically a lot if you just use context. Context is too wide, and I think in this perspective we are referring to the actual knowledge of the locals, which is of course related to the context, but wisdom is way more than that.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Japan?
Thank you, Chair. I like to support the suggestion from the Chile, and then I like to also mention that local-oriented wisdom, because it also contains the indigenous perspective and also the context as well. So I like to suggest local-oriented wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegation of Mexico?
I support the motion by the delegation of Bolivia and Chile. Yesterday we had a very broad discussion about the local wisdom, and we decided to include it in the annex to provide a definition of what we understand by local wisdom, respecting the context and the traditions and the beliefs. So it's key to keep the word. And I propose a motion to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Lastly, the last response, the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you. we take a note from the floor in here. So we believe that this paragraph is orienting towards a solution, and we appreciate that. But however, we in Indonesia would like to compromise by adding the word respect to local context, so everything will be included, both the wisdom, and then the culture and everything. Because I think the use of the word local wisdom require further longer narrative to be put to enforce and justify the word wisdom to exist in the paragraph. So if we can just use respect to local context, that will be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. However, after discussing with the whole chairing team and reflecting upon what has been discussed yesterday during the critical land restoration track, we agree to use the word local wisdom. However, it must be included within the annex regarding the manifestation that could happen from the terms of local, under the definition of local wisdom. Thank you.
How about the word respect to, Chair? Is it still included, respect to local wisdom? Maybe if that is better. Indonesia can do respect to local wisdom?
Respect to local wisdom is no problem. We will include that, but the terms will be local wisdom. Thank you very much.
Okay then, thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other objection? The delegation of Korea?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Korea agrees with the discussions on the local wisdom. The additional suggestion from the delegation of Korea would be omitting the last part of the last sentence, which states to support sustainable life and development, as it has been mentioned in the same sentence in the previous clause, where it says, right after local wisdom, it says, and sustainability. The delegation of Korea suggests to elaborate the word sustainability into sustainable life and development, while omitting the last part, the last clause of the to support sustainable life and development.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Lastly, for this clause, the delegation of Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to change or probably include the word understand or understanding instead of or along with the word respect, because respect is more indicating following up the rules of a local community, but understanding gives us a more active perspective and a more engaging behavior towards the communities and their local wisdom.
Thank you very much. Due to the time constraint, the chair will adopt per the last changes, including the changes proposed by the delegation of Korea. And Colombia, yeah.
Yes? Sorry, can you repeat again, Chair?
No, we're clarifying that we'll close the inputs for this clause, but we will replace the word respect to the understanding. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next point. Are there any objection? Seeing as there's none, we'll move on to the next point. Are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of El Salvador.
Thank you. About the third point, we would like to add another actor, the academy, in order to promote education and investigation initiative.
Apologies, can you clarify the last part?
Yes. We would like to add the academy in the actors that we mentioned on the third point in order to promote education and investigation initiative.
I'm sorry, delegates. Can you repeat, aside from investigation, what do you want the academy to focus as?
Promote education and investigations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, just the last clarification. So it's innovation and investigation, or investigation.
Education and investigation initiative or actions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The delegation of Colombia.
Yes, Colombia would like to stress the term of, or maybe change the term of investigation and academy, probably for academic and scientific research instead of investigation. Yeah, just that.
Thank you very much. Seeing the delegation of Bolivia.
Yeah, I'm line with Colombia because in our language, investigation is also research. So we're talking about research, researching new innovation, so the word is better book research.
Delegations of Bolivia, can you repeat your point or probably make the suggestions on the docs immediately? Thank you.
I understand of the suggestion from El Salvador because we are talking about education. So how the education sector will be involved as a stakeholder to promote this for this climate, especially in the restoration lands. So they will share also informations. So therefore, we provide some education areas that promote the education system and as well to provide a research or database of research. Now, in the context of Spanish, investigation is also research, so it can be investigation. In investigation, sometimes in the law can be of investigation on some cases, but if investigation in Spanish also means of researching of studies, researching, doing some research. Maybe if El Salvador agreeing with this wording, maybe if we can go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll adopt that, so the investigation will be included in terms of research. Due to the time constraint, I'm really sorry, but we need to move on to the next point. So yeah, we're going to adopt this point.
Chair, a question. How about if we just simplify this into education, research, and scientific institution? Because I don't think the other clauses like private sectors, non-government organization, we do not specify their mandate on what to do with them. So let's just synchronize it. So it will be between academic and research institution, public institution, private sector. So we don't have to specify the mandate to investigation of research or something. So yeah, because if we want to accommodate the Latin countries' intervention, Then I think we have to also specify the mandates on what to do for the NGOs, individuals, and local communities, and public sector, private sectors as well. And it will be a lengthy paragraph, Chair. So we kindly ask to simplify the whole thing into just education, research, and scientific institutions, comma, public institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. We'll adopt that, and further in the annex, there can be further explained in a more detailed manner in terms of what must be included under that terms. Thank you very much, and we'll adopt that point. Moving on to the next point, are there any objection on the floor? Going once, going twice. The delegation of Colombia.
Colombia would like to change that part, including the following sentence. Incentivize spaces and products for the socialization of environmental rights, laws, and the respective participation mechanism for communities. And then the part of enforcing norms and ensuring will be deleted to proceed with accessing to rights of dignity, equity, legitimacy, and justice for all stakeholders.
Apologies, Delegate, but can you also write that in a suggestion form within the Google Docs? Thank you very much.
Done.
Thank you for that suggestion. The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to merge the clause the encouraging harmony with the enforcing norms. And the new clause would be the encouraging harmony, cooperation, and deployment between academic, scientific, and research institutions, public institutes, private sectors, non-government organizations, individual and local communities, in the proximity of the conservation areas with the provision of the safety space and justice for all stakeholders while enforcing norm and ensuring access to their relevancy and legitimacy. Madam Chair, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Apologies for that, but we're already moving on to the next point, so it's not going to be included. However, please feel free to discuss with the relevant delegates whether it can be included within their annex. Thank you. So we're opening one more slot regarding a response towards the amendment from the delegation of Colombia. Seeing as there's none, we're going to adopt that clause. Next, we're going to go to the next point, the encouraging action to mitigate the process of land degradation. Are there any objection? Going once, going twice, thrice. Okay, seeing as there's no objection on the floor, we're also going to move forward to the last clause within the critical land restoration, which is the preventing biodiversity loss through sustainable farming practices. Are there any objection? Going once, going twice, thrice. Okay, seeing as there's none, we have the agreed upon clauses for the critical land restoration. Next, we're going to move on to the disaster resilient society tract. Going into the first clause, are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member that was in the Disaster Resilience Society group, sub-team group, the delegation of Korea have examined all of the clauses, and the first clause actually is a practical solution regarding the open areas outcrop or the riverbanks by reforestation in terms of the disaster resilient infrastructures and the fourth industrial revolution technology that has been discussed in clause 5 of the Disaster Resilient Society.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Any other objection? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Seeing as there's no other objection, we're going to omit the first clause. Thank you, the delegation of Korea. Next, we're going to go into the second clause. We will need to build a regional specific disaster identification and so on. Are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible to change the tone of all of these clauses to the passive voice? So instead of having the word we acknowledge or we would like to encourage, we just change it to match the tone that's present in the first subsection, which is passive. So you would start with the action word, for example, just acknowledging the need to invest or encouraging the acceleration of infrastructure.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Are there any other objection on the floor regarding to this clause? Going once, going twice, sorry, going thrice. Okay, thank you very much, and we'll adopt this with the changes regarding the passive voices. Thank you. Next, we're going to go into the next clause regarding that apologies for the earlier mistake, but we will need to build a regional specific disaster identification system and so on. Are there any objection points? Thank you. To the delegation of Bolivia.
Yeah, I agree with the Australian to be affirmative. If we will need, we see a word in very affirmative action. Yeah. So we don't need to put will need. Is we urge, to build a regional specific disaster identification system. That's my word. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. The delegation of Australia.
Perhaps for that clause, we could just use the wording acknowledging the need to build a regional specific disaster identification system?
Thank you very much. Last for this point is the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to change the structure of the clause itself. We believe it's in the best interest to hold a problem and solution structure. So in this case, it would be the last sentence first, and then the sentence where we acknowledge the need. So it would be, we recognize the need to develop enhanced systems, and then we acknowledge the need to build a specific, regional specific disaster.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Seeing as that will be the last suggestion for this specific clause, we're going to adopt it, also applying the suggestions brought by the delegation of Australia. The next clause is regarding how we acknowledge the need to invest in upholding these four attributes: diversity, actualization, connectivity, and adaptive learning. Are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. The delegation of Cambodia would like to change the word acknowledge the need to we suggest all the FEALAC members to invest in upholding these four attributes as mentioned. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to give the floor back to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. The delegation of Korea.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Korea is concerned with the redundancy of this clause. In fact, that the four attributes are actually delved into the rest of the clauses that has been mentioned in disaster resilient society. To further explain, diversity is included in the second clause of the inclusiveness of all communities of local and public sectors as well. Actualization goes under the education and awareness, which will be discussed in the seventh clause of the disaster resilient society clauses. The connectivity is emphasizing the interrelatedness and the multilateral frameworks between FEALAC states and the international community, which is focused in the fourth clause of the disaster resilient society, discussing about the sharing of fourth industrial revolution technology within the multilateral frameworks. Lastly, the adaptive learning also focuses and emphasizes the education and the check and balance mechanisms, which has been brought up in the fifth clause of the disaster resilient society, which talks about the new governance and the governance mechanisms. So the delegation of Korea, since it has been delved into the rest of the clauses in the disaster resilient society, we kindly suggest for the omission of the clause.
Thank you very much, delegation of Korea. To respond to the recommendation brought by the delegation of Korea, are there any? Okay, the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair, and all esteemed delegates. Indonesia does not propose any substantial changes for paragraph number 4. We just want to simplify and sophisticatedly.
Hi, apologies, but we're still on number 3.
Oh.
We will take you later.
Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Okay,
responding. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Responding to the proposal of the omission of the third clause by the delegation of Korea, are there any objection on the floor? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, thank you very much. So we will adopt the proposal from the delegation of Korea, with the premise that the terms within these 4 attributes must be referred to within the annex. Thank you. We'll move on to the next point. We'll give the floor to the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and all distinguished delegates. Apologies for the previous misunderstanding. I was informed by my member of delegation that we were on number 4. I think the head of delegation is now misinformed, but yeah, thank you very much. We would like to propose some sophisticated revision that will not change the substance, because in principle Indonesia have agreed through our representative in the working group. As you can see here, we already proposed the changes, and we just want to make sure that we also emphasize human-centered, sustainable and innovative disaster resilient infrastructure, because I think all disaster resilient infrastructure is very human-centric, and it has been elaborated as well in many international organizations like ILO as well, regarding the safety of workers, occupational health and safety against disaster, and yeah. And then lastly, we would like to also call for reciprocal information sharing. So before the word information sharing, previously we add the word reciprocal. So it will be mutual and beneficial for all parties that will be involved in the information sharing mechanism. So no one is receiving little or smaller amount of information in the exchange platform for that disaster resilient mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any objection towards the suggestion brought by the delegation of Indonesia? The delegation of Australia?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any objection to including human-centered in the text. I just wanted to ask the team who put together these clauses, what is meant by the 4th Industrial Revolution technology?
Thank you very much to the delegation who proposed this clause during yesterday's session. Do any of you would like to give an elaboration regarding the inclusion of the 4th Industrial Revolution technology? The delegation of South Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Korea would like to respond to the question that has been raised by the delegation of Australia. The 4th Industrial Revolution technology refers to the range of the artificial intelligence-based technology, as well as the process of big data and the database that has been brought by through the computerized technology. So the delegation of Korea has recognized that the 4th Industrial Revolution technology may be a term that may contain limitations in terms of its word itself, as the technology is keep on being innovative and changing. So, but in terms of the clause, as of right now, we wanted to, the delegation of Korea wanted to stress the importance of the 4th Industrial Revolution technology, which will be containing the annex to the further explanation of AI-based, artificial intelligence-based computerized technology, as well as big data.
Thank you very much, the delegation of South Korea. Next, we're going to go to the delegation of El Salvador.
Thank you. We think we cannot base nature solutions after the 4th revolution technology. I already brought.
Thank you very much. Due to the time constraint, we're going to, we're going to open just one more slot if there's any other objection. The delegation of Colombia.
Thanks, Chair. We really appreciate the term of human-centered, innovative, and sustainable solutions. But we consider the term human-centered should be changed for life-centered. So it will include not only human lives, but also animal lives and plant lives and all the beings in the earth.
We'll give the floor directly to the delegation of Indonesia to respond.
Thank you, delegation of Colombia. Colombia and all the and the chairs for the inputs. We would like to. We are in principle okay, but in that regard, we need to find more suitable terms to complement the centered. So like maybe in this, because we are talking about disaster resilient society, the term is society, right? Society is human. I mean, if we are in the same page on that. Sorry, thank you.
To lastly respond towards any suggestions regarding this clause, the delegation of South Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegation of Indonesia, for the opinion. The delegation of Korea would like to suggest to remain the phrase human-centered in the clause, as the disaster resilient infrastructures mainly concerns and revolves around the safety of the humans, as the term human-centered is not leaving out the animal lives as well, because just by saying human-centered, it does not mean that we are not considering the lives of the animals. We're including the lives of the animals. It's just that we're centralizing it in terms of the human safety and human lives, since it is disaster resilient infrastructures for society. And therefore, while keeping the phrase human-centered in the clause, the last word of the third clause is to maintain essential services that are life-centered. It may be contradicting in terms of the concept of human-centered versus life-centered. Therefore, the delegation of Korea would like to remove the word that are life-centered at the end of the clause.
Thank you very much. Due to the time constraint, we're going to accept the final amendments and also the conclusion brought by the delegation of Korea. We're going to move on to the next clause. Are there any objection on the floor? The delegation of Chile.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Chile, I'm so sorry, but I really need to mention the human-centered thing. Like, we cannot accept that. Maybe we can use the word animal-centered if you want to include every single animal in the planet, but if we use human, we are actually excluding the other ones affected. When we talk about a disaster, it's not only about humans, the ones that be affected through the natural disasters, so we cannot exclude the rest of the biodiversity in this case.
Chair, a question. I believe we already adapt the previous clause, right? So it cannot be modified further.
Yeah. I think if we can find a middle ground, is that just like what the delegation of South Korea has said, it will be used. the terms that we'll use is a human-centered, but also like in the annex, we can also use the approach, a more detailed elaboration regarding the approach of how we can cater to other living beings. Since we see that, okay, although all living beings are equally as important, but still the main subject will be the human, but it doesn't mean that we're excluding them. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next class, which is that we will need to activate a concept of new governance to move towards a resilient society to disaster. Are there any points? The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. Regarding the operative class, we will need to activate the concept. The Kingdom of Cambodia has no objection. However, the Kingdom of Cambodia would like to point out the information for the country who proposed the clause, what type, provide the model of new governments that their country or their own country has applied towards the resilient society disaster. Thank you.
I'm sorry, delegates of Cambodia, can you clarify one more time? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to propose point of the information to the country who proposed this clause, providing by asking what type of the new government models that the state refers to, and how towards the resilient society disaster, and how does it can be implemented, and how does it effective. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can open the floor to the delegates that have proposed these clauses in the questions of what kind of specification of new governance that these clauses subjects its aspirations to.
The delegation of Korea.
Yes, the delegation of Korea would like to explain what the new governance is. To move towards a resilient society to disasters, new governance must be activated. It refers to a shift away from government-centered administration to collaboration between the government and civil society. And policies are formulated at the central level, but the government's direct implementation of policies is challenging to see, and local self-governing bodies are primarily responsible for implementing policies formulated by central ministries. Yeah. Therefore, securing the ability to execute policies is an important task. However, each locality possesses different characteristics, so that's why new governance should be accessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaboration. Delegation of Korea. Yes, the delegation of Cambodia.
So still questions in this case. How does the Korean apply the new government concept? Can the delegation from Korea provide the specific models of the Korean government, new governance that move towards to the resilient society disaster? Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Cambodia. Since it's still related, we'll give the floor back to the delegation of Korea to respond.
For example, like in Korea, there's a Han River, which is in Seoul. That a lot of local organizations are trying to trying to occasions to management the river, not only the government but also the local subsidies. Yep.
Thank you very much. I request a 1 minute time of deliberation. Wait a minute.
Thank you, delegates. But before that, apologies from the chairing team. Since there is some kind of difficulties with organizing committee, there will be a rotation of chairs. I will be the chair for continuing the sessions for today. So I think that considering what has been brought up by South Korea and Cambodia, I think it's best to state it that those kinds of concepts can be specified with an annex. I will now entertain delegations from Indonesia to specify its points and recommend.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to respond to the topic of discussion between Cambodia and Korea. And we would like to suggest this to specify new governance as sustainable and resilient governance, as those key concepts can be found widely used in parts of the world. We would also like to express our interest in the word achieve. We believe that's interesting and we'd like to change it to adopt. Thank you.
Chair, continuing my colleague just a bit, we would like to change also activate. So it will be, we will need to render support for a concept of new government. So we will need to render support. Yeah, because eventually rendering support will find its path to the creation of such a new governance concept and its starting point of implementation. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to clarify the delegations of Indonesia's changes of word from activate to adopt, in which part of it? Probably you can also write it down.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's best for the delegates to help.
Sure,
yeah.
thank you.
Sure, thank you. I will now entertain the delegates from El Salvador.
Thank you. We would like to comment that in El Salvador we understand the new governance to move from the disaster response to the risk reduction. So, as the Sendai frame said, so we will like to specify what new governance means to us.
Thank you, delegates. I will open one last response from the delegates of South Korea.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, delegation of El Salvador, for the opinion and the suggestion. The term new governance may be something unfamiliar with the other delegations of the FEALAC member states. The new governance is a type of governance that emphasizes the role of the government in terms of being proactive and being innovative in terms of their government policies and their agendas in terms of bringing up the awareness of this disaster resilient society, as well as being as well as emphasizing the disaster preparedness, as well as the risk reduction of the climate change and the disasters that has been caused by the climate change. And the rest of the clauses within the clause of the new governance explaining about the new governance would be in the second sentence of the clause itself. It is imperative that government entities, businesses, civil society, and the global community all strive to endeavor towards the establishment of interconnectedness and so on. So this clause mainly focuses on the important role, the emphasis on the role of the government in terms of their being proactive and innovative in their policies towards disaster resilient society.
Thank you, delegates of South Korea. Due to the time constraints, I will entertain only objections, not inputs or any revisions. So any objections? Going to one, going twice, we Colombia.
Colombia wants to address the importance of, again, if it was not included the term life-centered, we're still not seeing in this chapter of the declaration any responsibility or action towards the other beings that have been affected by the natural disasters. When we meant life-centered initiatives, we address that term for including also human beings, but when we are talking about human-centered, we are specifically segregating and not including all the rest of beings in Earth. I would like to address that because I think it's important to include it before we finish this chapter. I don't know if it's possible in another point. I'll let it into the discussion of all of the delegates.
I'm sorry, delegates, but those life-centered was on the previous clauses. We do not entertain more revisions on the particular clauses. If the delegates of Colombia wishes that we also provide the safety for the particularly other beings, please put it on the annexes for the disaster resilient society, the specifications on how we should omit it. So I will now only entertain the objections for the clauses number 4, nor input or any revisions. Only objections. Australia?
Thank you, Chair. I guess this might go against convention, but I just wanted to point out that you know, we all have to come to a consensus here, and the fact that Japan and possibly Colombia have said they might withdraw support from this declaration if we include human-centered. I'd like to ask the entire delegation if we could just remove human-centered altogether from the previous clause and not have any reference to life-centered or human-centered, and instead just say multilateral and natural frameworks in innovative and sustainable disaster resilient infrastructures. I think it still reads well, and I think it would sort of render support from across the board.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. Thank you very much for all the inputs and the suggestions. Again, since in nature this declaration must be achieved through a consensus, and after working for long hours, I'm sure that we all want the best result that we can get. So in order to compromise, we will just delete the human-centered term, and later in the annex, if you guys want to put regarding the perspective from the human-centered, both regarding the animals and all living beings, you can specify that within the annex. Thank you. We'll proceed with the next point. Okay, just to clarify for the for the fourth clause, are there any objection on the floor? And also, like, since we're seeing some tents between the delegates, we're going to serve you some food. Yeah, so yeah, just let's be laid back a little bit. But okay, for the fourth clause, are there any objection? The delegation of Australia?
Only a grammatical suggestion. I would like to suggest the second line read resilient governance to move towards a disaster resilient society.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion. Again, are there any other suggestion on the floor towards this clause? Seeing as there's none, we'll move forward to the next point. The fifth point, which is that in this process, the government's evaluation system will be conducted to provide incentives to local subsidies and disaster recovery funds. Are there any objection towards this point?
Sorry, it's not objection, but maybe governments in plural, maybe we fight different levels of the government. Because every country have different type of governance. Maybe from the center, we have federal countries, we have republican countries. So we come from the different levels of government.
Proper.
In the process, the different level of governments, make evaluation system that will be conducted, etc., etc. So it is a comment from me.
Apologies, but can you clarify again regarding the point?
In this process, the government's evaluation system will be conducted to provide incentives to local subsidies and disaster recovery funds. For me, it's blurred because I don't know what is the concept. Yeah,
I agree.
Maybe, okay, thank you.
The delegation of Korea?
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Korea would like to suggest to adding that incentive for local subsidies and recovery funds should established independently by the countries within different financial situation. However, they have to set within a binding iterative framework to ratchet up climate protection over time, so it'll give a motivation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You can put the suggestion within the Google Docs. Next to the delegation of Mexico.
I agree with the input of the delegation of Bolivia, and I think we can change the wording, because here we are stating that the government's evaluation system will be conducted, and we are not the president of our country yet, so we cannot guarantee that this will happen. So I propose that we change to collaborating with the proper government agency. So in this wording, it can be local, regional, national. So collaborating with the proper government agency to conduct evaluation mechanisms to provide incentives, because evaluation system, I think it's too narrow. Evaluation mechanisms, it's more broad. So it should be collaborating with the proper government agency to conduct evaluation mechanisms.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. The delegation of Honduras.
Okay, the delegation of Honduras believes that instead of the government's evaluation system, it should be the government's social protection system, since inside that there's monitoring and evaluation too.
Towards that point, are there any response on the floor? The delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the clause number 5, since we met yesterday regarding discussing, I think in this process it is should included in clause number 4 because it's not separately independently in this clause. Since this process refers to the support the adaptation, the concept of sustainable, resilient youth governance. So that's we were discussing yesterday, and it's separately in the new clause. It's kind of like did not give us the sufficient meaning. What does that clause mean, and also what does this process mean? So this process means the clause number 4 that we were taken. Thank you.
So you propose clause merging?
Yes, actually, it's the fifth clause originally in clause number 4, but I think there might be some technical errors that separated from the clause, because yesterday in this clause is in the clause number 4. Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much to the suggestion and the reminder. Therefore, I believe that there's no revision to the last clause 4 that we agreed upon. So if that's okay, and if that's upon the agreement, it means that we're going to omit this clause as a whole. Are there any objections? The delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, delegation of Cambodia, for the suggestion. The delegation of Korea fully understands the need for the government's agency to conduct a social protection system in terms of the providing infra and incentives to the local subsidies to be included into the previous clause as it is one of the form of governance in terms of the innovative governance into new policies and new social protection systems. The emphasis of this clause from the delegation of Korea will be to have the to provide and establish a incentive mechanism for the local communities as well as companies within the state provided by the government. And since all FEALAC member states have different level of funds and those I guess the capability to provide the incentives, it will be conducted freely according to the FEALAC member states. It's just that the government should be active in conducting social protection systems, and as well as establishing or fostering the incentive mechanisms to the locals for the I guess the development of the disaster resilient infrastructures and its norms.
Oh. Thank you very much to the delegation of Korea. Would you like to respond, Cambodia?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the recognition. Still not understand about what does the process that the Republic of Korea refer to. Like this clause stated in this process. What type of the process?
I'm very sorry, delegation of Cambodia. Could you speak up again? We didn't hear quite well.
My apologies. So the Kingdom of Cambodia would like to propose the motion to further elaborate what type of the process that the Republic of Korea refers to. Thank you.
Does that mean what the Republic of Korea, would the delegation of Cambodia like a case where the Korean government has done in terms of the governance, innovative governance system and like providing the incentives? Would the delegation of Cambodia like an example or?
No, so in this case, we don't know which process that this clause refers to, because you just state In this process, collaborations, government and agencies conduct social protection. But actually, in this sentence, there should be another, elaborate more on this process that should be written in the previous class. Thank you.
Allow me to clarify a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, the delegation of Cambodia are asking for further elaboration regarding what the process means and the specification that will be included within this process.
Chair, I'm very sorry. Would you like to repeat what you have said?
Oh, yeah. So the delegation of Cambodia is asking for an elaboration regarding the process and also the specification that will happen under the process that is within this clause.
Thank you, Chair, for the clarification, and thank you, delegation of Cambodia, for the suggestion. The delegation of Korea would like to further elaborate into the process of how the, I guess, the need for the government's conduct to the social protection systems, as well as the incentive mechanisms to local subsidies are needed in providing an effective disaster resilient infrastructures. So the delegation of Korea would like to emphasize that the government should have a check and balance mechanisms in terms of the local communities, including the companies itself, whether that may be the ESG goals or the CSR reports that the companies are giving, as well as checking to see if the disaster resilient infrastructures are working effectively to the local indigenous communities itself, to them as well. And in terms of encouraging the awareness as to the disaster resilient minds and concepts from the local communities, the delegation of Korea would like to emphasize that the government in their governance would like to establish a incentive mechanism in which instead of a penalizing mechanism, since an incentive mechanism has been shown effective in terms of raising the awareness as well as establishing the, I guess, the disaster resilient minds and those concepts that each individuals have.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Just give the chairing team 1 minute and we'll do a brief deliberation. Okay, hi. After deliberating, we'd also like to ask for your opinion, but we think that since it's actually there's an interconnectedness, how about if we just put in this process to clause number 4, so we see that the collaboration with the relevant government is already in clause number 4, but there's a specification regarding local subsidies and disaster recovery funds. Therefore, it can provide further elaboration and it can be joined as one clause. Is that agreeable? The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you. After observing the floor and the discussion for a while, Indonesia would like to advocate our role as a bridge builder, and we offer an alternative that will tone down specific matters that Cambodia and Republic of Korea delegation seems to be heavy on. We hope that this could be considered as an alternative way out in this deadlock. Thank you.
Responding to the suggestion brought by the delegation of Indonesia, are there any objection on the floor? You guys can have like some reading time as well. The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I thank the delegation from Indonesia for their role in being bridge builder. I think we could simplify this quite a bit and simply put the following wording into clause 4 on the 5th line, the line starting with interconnected networks. It would say, interconnected networks concerning the establishment of, the wording was underneath here. The establishment of mechanisms that can provide, it was written before in the purple text. I think we should just say the establishment of mechanisms that would provide local subsidies and disaster recovery funds and incentives, and get away from the governance, because I think the governance aspect is what is creating the tension. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Australia. Next to the delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegation of Australia. The delegation of Korea fully agrees with the delegation of Australia in that the clause that we are discussing right now in terms of the government's agency to conduct social protection systems as well as providing incentive mechanisms are fundamentally a form of governance policies towards disaster resilient infrastructures that we are talking about in the previous clause. So the delegation of Korea would like to accept the suggestion made by the delegation of Australia to further elaborate in the previous clause of the establishment of mechanisms that will provide local subsidies, recovery fund, and recovery, so on, while the clause that we're discussing right now will be omitted and further explained and elaborated through the annex of the previous clause.
Thank you very much for the delegates and the delegates of Korea. With the chair discretion and also considering that the delegation of Cambodia also agrees with combining the clause, we will proceed with the recommendation given by the delegation of Australia, and unfortunately we'll also reject the proposal coming from the delegation of Indonesia. Next, we're going to move on to the last point within the disaster resilient society sub-theme clause, which is that we will need to establish or encourage education on disasters, risk reduction and resilience, including the local knowledge, learning practices, and so on. Are there any objections on the floor? Considering that there's a highly substantial amendment from El Salvador, we're going to directly give the floor to El Salvador.
Thank you. Sorry, I was figurating. So we think we can encourage education on disaster risk reduction and resilience, including the local, and here we can discuss about local knowledge, learnings, or practices, because it can be what we want, so we can discuss.
Thank you very much. Next, the delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to suggest to add a new clause, replace that clause, since this clause talking about the education and raising the awareness. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to provide the new clause. Can we just read the new one?
Would you like to suggest it to the Google Docs?
Okay.
Thank you.
Question, Chair. Due to that we are actually exceeding the time that we are allotted to in this session, maybe if we could go to a conclusive informal session just to adopt and discuss all suggestions. Thank you.
I would like to clarify, would this just like be for this specific clause or for including the later circular economy sub-theme tracks?
Yes, that can be applied to circular economy as well, because Indonesia actively participate in circular economy stream as well, and yesterday we have come into consensus, and it has been a very long 5 hours discussion yesterday with the circular economy stream, so yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll address the recommendation brought by the Kingdom of Cambodia first, and then we'll address your suggestion.
So, yes, we have pasted the suggest clause in the doc. Now, can the Kingdom of Cambodia read that clause?
Since it's already written in the docs, I'll give the delegates like a brief reading time first to understand the clause. Yes, Cambodia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Kingdom of Cambodia would like to provide the reason why we proposed that clause. Since the existing one that we want to replace has focused on the education, but there is no type of mechanism that we can take or can be implemented in every country. That's why we provide the new clause which is separately focused on the prioritize the disaster reduction by integrating of disaster reduction in education system to the formal educational system across the FEALAC member countries if possible, and also by incorporating disaster risk reduction concept into school curriculum. It should be provide the knowledge and awareness to kindergarten and young people to be prepared for the disaster. And also, by doing so, further in the subclause B, we focus on the encourage of the use of the innovative approach, such as digital platform and also the social media to disseminate information. So we see that the importance of the social media to help alerting citizens with the provision of quick information regarding natural disaster, and also that would reduce the risk of consequences. So that's all from elaboration from the Kingdom of Cambodia. The chair, the floor is yours. Thank you.
The delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegation of Cambodia, for the new clause that you have proposed to the Disaster Resilient Society. Two of the things that concerns the delegation of Korea is that the subclause of A, school curricula, and although it may vary from countries to countries, all FEALAC member states do not have a 100% rate of children or youth going into schools, whether that may be their personal circumstances or private or public circumstances. Restricting into or directly referring to school curricula in the clause of the Disaster Resilient Society may be limited to just youth that goes to the schools, and it may leave out the youth that cannot or do not go to schools. And that's the first point. The second concern is related to the subclause B in the clause that the delegation of Cambodia has proposed. So the delegation of Cambodia explicitly explains about the innovative approaches, including the digital platforms and the social media, to raise awareness into the incorporation of education for the youth awareness to be expanded towards the disaster resilient infrastructures. Yet, again, the FEALAC member states will be extremely difficult to come to a complete consensus, as not all states, all FEALAC member states, have the capability for all citizens, all the government to provide all the citizens with the digital platforms as it's necessary. The delegation of Korea do recognize the importance of the incorporation of digital platforms and innovative approaches into the education, and the emphasis on the educating the minds of the locals, private sectors, public sectors into the disaster risk reduction and resilience minds. So the delegation of Korea would like to suggest that the clause of centralizing the idea around education and the importance of education in raising the awareness in citizens towards disaster resilience can be remaining, but the subclause of A and B, since it may not be applicable to all FEALAC member states, is suggested by the delegation of Korea to be moved to the annexes, where there can be explanations to the case studies that can be implemented in Cambodia, Korea, Myanmar, and other FEALAC member states.
Thank you very much for that point. After also discussing it with the chairing team, we see that in nature, although the delegation of Cambodia brought very good points, but it is very, and frankly, technical in nature, in which if you take a look at the annex that has been made, it will fit under several annexes that already talks regarding the education, and we can also see that because this is very similar regarding an action plan, it can also be implemented in terms of, in the annex, just according to our discussion yesterday, we have put several examples of the natural and man-made disasters, and if you want to put and implement that action plan, I believe that's a very possible thing to do so. Therefore, we're going to move back onto the original clause. Are there any objection? the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia has suggested some minor edits, seeing that we must give autonomy for every FEALAC member countries to conduct the solutions. Hence, we propose to add the word underscore the importance of encouraging education on disaster risk reduction, because if we really strictly bound all countries to implement disaster risk reduction with the specific standards that we set here, it will be a longer process in the national level, because every national curriculum is regulated by national legally binding instruments, and it is governed by national development planning documents as well. And amending them to accommodate FEALAC proposals will take a very complex process. Hence, Indonesia object any efforts that will specify this clause, and rather we generalize this clause to address education issues on disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any objection towards that proposal? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, then we agree to adopt the wordings as followed, as changed to the underscore the importance of encouraging education on disaster risk reduction and resilience, including local knowledge or learnings or practices among nationals, and promote awareness of people's self-help knowledge in response to disasters. Thank you very much. That marks the end of our discussion for the Disaster Resilient Society track. To support the efficiency and also the suggestion coming from the delegation of Indonesia, we would like to give a brief 15-minute, just the first 15 minutes of an unmoderated session to discuss regarding the clauses for the circular economy. If there is an extension of time for the unmoderated caucus, it will be told later, but delegates are supposed to stay in the room. And later, if there's any proposal, you still need to explain it and present it, and there will still be spaces for amendments. So yeah, the 15 minutes starts now.
So thank you, all countries. Indonesia apparently was appointed as the chair of the informal discussion yesterday, where we finalized everything. And in the circular economy stream, allow me to report that we have come to a very strict and difficult consensus. And every language that you see on the circular economy clauses have been deliberated in the 5 hours discussion, almost 5 hours. So I think if there is anyone that wishes to propose or ask anything to suggest inputs, please highly welcome. Modify it directly on the GDocs, and then we can discuss it one by one. That will be my suggestion. But please note that this has been very extensively elaborated between the Latin and the Asian delegation. So yeah, thank you. Trust me, it is harder than creating a new song for Beyonce, please.
Since this is like an unmoderated, you can respond directly, and if you also want to move around, it's also okay.
I think that also the previous two a lot, so anyone is welcome to give more addendums, and that doesn't take the merit of anyone's effort here.
True, true. You can suggest changes, but just note that the existing language here has been fairly difficultly reached consensus, you know. Just to note for your own personal notes, so that's all. So if you see any words that are not suitable to your preference or your national stances, please let us know, and then we can come into direct discussion on that. But believe me, this was a very long, because we are the only chamber that finished later. And then, I think if anyone wishes to suggest input, please, but please make sure that it is not changing the whole structure of the substance. If yes, please discuss it with us. So yeah, thank you. But please understand that in order just to come to these 8 points, it is a very difficult process. Thank you. because the issue of circular economy involves both industry and people, so it's also economic driven. The previous two issues were like society driven rather than economic driven. When we talk about economy, it's very sensitive. Business is very sensitive. So yeah, that's why it took longer for us. Thank you.
Hi, so yeah, apologies, like this is unmoderated, but I think, well, thank you, the delegation of Indonesia. But yeah, I think all three sub-theme has been discussed extensively by all the delegates here. So maybe if it's okay, like we would like to hear the response from other delegates, and please feel free to explore the clauses written, not to be limited to only the premise here, but yeah, again with a mindful consideration that we need to reach a consensus. Thank you.
The delegation of Korea on monitor, but I just have a quick question. So the third clause talks about the importance and the supporting of technology and innovative business models. I have just a quick question on the third and the fourth clause. The fourth clause talks about improving community-based circular models, such as waste bank to be replicated. So I kind of would like the delegation that was in the circular economy to kind of explain the differences between the third clause and the fourth clause in terms of the innovative business models, as the community-based or the innovative business models include, or it kind of has an overarching theme of the community-based activities. So would you like to elaborate on the third and the fourth clause and the differences it has?
Thank you. Apparently Indonesia is also the one that proposed this clause. So yeah, thank you. So number 3 specifically talks about transfer of technology and how the transfer of technology can encourage a much more innovative application of business models. And then number 4 talks about how we can improve community-based efforts in waste management models. So like number 4 is orienting more towards heavy more on the waste bank presence, while number 3 is focusing more on the transfer of technology. Is it clear?
That is why I want to ask, because in the third clause we talk about the innovative business model that is context-specific in waste reduction, creation, redesign, reuse, repurpose, remodeling, and so on. While the fourth clause also talks about, and if I have understood correctly, the delegation of Indonesia would like to emphasize the waste bank example to be incorporated throughout the FEALAC countries. And to further add to my point, the delegation of Korea would like to kind of suggest if the innovative business models, would like to suggest that community-based activities and their business models have included technology itself. So is the technology that we are talking about in the third clause talking about a highly comprehensive and complex technology that we are using, like such as the fourth industrial revolution technology, or since pretty much community-based activities and their I guess those social groups and active groups have incorporated technology in their practices today?
Thank you, Delegate of Korea. You raised a very important point regarding the clarification of technology. Yes, it is correct that number 4, the role of youth, also you will use technology eventually. But, you know, it's like number 4 and number 3 is driving in the same road, but with a different lane, you know. So the first lane, the first lane that is used by number 3 is how can business model of the waste bank itself could be could entertain a much more better embracement of for reuse, repurpose, remodeling, and yada yada yada. But number 4, we specifically talk about, okay, as a community, yeah, what are our actions towards the waste bank, and how youth can take a more proactive role in it. So you see the emphasis here. So both of them, yes, indeed overlap on the possible application or possible meaning of applying technology. But the emphasis on number 4 is actually not on the technological aspect. It is more on the like social context, social efforts to it, and then like how the waste bank can produce, can achieve a much more added value products of their business. So you see here, that's a different lane. Yeah, it's kind of tricky to read the same if you, yeah. But according to our discussion yesterday, it was a very different context and a very novel one. Thank you.
Just jumping in, the delegates for Australia would like to support what the delegate for Korea is, South Korea is suggesting. I think for the whole declaration, we haven't mentioned any specific examples like how the waste bank has been referred to, and I think for case studies and specific examples, they probably belong in the annex, and I don't really see why we couldn't just integrate the role of youth into the future of innovative business models. I think there would be quite a bit of support in that, and I wonder if there's any objection to that other than by the member for Indonesia.
Yeah, we can, if there is a proposal for merging, let's see it first, how it could be merged. Then Indonesia, if it is sophisticated, we can accept. So yeah, please, we can now work on the merging of number 3 and number 4. But by the way, is there any other contention outside of number 3 and number 4 from other delegates here? Or are you guys all only sharing the same spirit, which is to scrutinize number 3 and number 4?
The delegate for Cambodia.
Go ahead, Cambodia.
Sorry for worrying. But yeah, it's more informal. For the clause number 3 and 4, I don't have any objections. Just like supported Australia and South Korea. But regarding the clause number 5, the term in conflict zones, what does delegate refer to?
Conflict zone is an area where there is a conflict, both by natural disaster or by human-induced conflict.
Is it considered as conflict zone?
Our discussion yesterday was to promote circular economy education. Sorry, to promote how the people, women, children, and displaced, marginalized, disabled, yada yada yada, they can gain access to circular economy education. So that's what number 5 is addressing to.
Yes, understood. But conflict zones, you should add another additional, such as the this affected area and stuff, to elaborate more on conflict zone, because it might give the confusion to others delegates not to think that, oh, this conflict is not really normal conflict, but it's a conflict, another perspective.
Can you suggest the input directly on the GDoc so we can see and understand your point? Thank you.
It should be removed.
It's in the text.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Supporting young people, women.
Essentially, we have just added in driven by young people, which we thought was a great inclusion in the other text. However, it's largely still the same. Also, just adding on that we have made we have made a few other small edits and grammatical changes, which you can also see on the doc. So if you've got, I'll let you read that. But the key one is in the one starting with supporting young people, women, children, those displaced. So we've taken out the word "and", so that it no longer reads supporting young people, women and children, those displaced, just for a listing for grammar.
Cambodia, could you please repeat louder? Our delegation might misunderstood your speech. Please repeat.
So my suggestion is to add further elaborate more on the conflict zones.
So you want us to define the conflict zone?
Yes, because like you said, define conflict zone, it kind of give a confuse to me, because like we don't know what type of conflict and stuff. So if we talk about the affected area, of course we understand. Simply put, we can understand. But if we put conflict zones, they might give us another perspective to consider. Yes.
Would you settle for a definition in the annex then? Or do you believe that it has to be in the main clause?
Yes. Do you want it to be an X or not?
Because we do believe that a definition of context zone, conflict zones can be put in the annex.
Yeah. And plus, in many documents, we see conflict zone meaning a zone, an area where currently they experience, again, as I mentioned, either war, either, let's say, humanitarian disaster, and then natural disaster, displacement, things like that. So yeah, I think that's the common perception of conflict zone that we want to clarify here. So like, I don't want to name a country, but yeah, let's say Middle East country who are in conflict zone, because we believe the people who are in the conflict zone, in the conflicting countries, can also need to access circular economy education. Because again, sustainability is not a prioritized issue in the conflict zone. Thank you.
I have a suggestion for number 4, because the wording says improving community-based, but if we don't have it, how are we going to improve it? So it could be assessing or recommending the implementation of community-based.
I think number 4 has been suggested to be omitted because driven by young people has been added into clause number 3, and the example of the waste bank will be added to the annex.
Okay.
Is that's my understanding, is that correct?
Yes, it was agreed.
Yes, I second that.
I do have a suggestion on the last point that talks about the education programs. In here, I feel inside of those educational programs, there's a fundamental need on learning harmful consumption and production practices that have been implemented by developed industries in developed countries. And for that, I think it could have like a local and global scale where the stakeholders can understand the natural life cycles to design new solutions, because we cannot let our industries rely fully on the waste management, the recycling, the reusage, but we also need to think about the creation of new clean products since the beginning. And so we can somehow, okay, another point of that.
Apologies, delegates, but your 15 minutes of unmoderated is up. So because we have given you around like 15 minutes to freely discuss about the clauses, we will go directly text by text, and hopefully if there's any suggestion, you guys have already either put it or agree upon it during the moderated caucus. So we're going to start right away, and just a reminder that we only have around like 20 minutes left, and it will be preceded by the plenary session after lunch. And in the plenary session, each track will be given the opportunity to further explain their track's recommendation in a more detailed manner. So if there's any clarification that you would want to give, you will have like 10 minutes to do so. And there will also be like a brief amendment session. So no worries, but right now we need to move right into the discussion. so we can finish on time and see the stances of all countries, because we need to reach a consensus, especially because without a consensus there will be no declaration, and this is like the first FEALAC Youth Summit, so of course we want to produce this declaration, so let's do our best and make it as concise as possible. So we'll start with the first point. Yeah, we'll start with the first point. Apologies, there's some technicalities with the sharing screen, but yeah, okay, it's already here. So for the first point, are there any objections? Including the terms and the ones already suggested within the document. None? Okay, seeing as there's none, we're going to move into the second. Again, are there any suggestion or any objection? Because we see that there's no suggestion for the second one. Is it agreed upon by all? Agreed? Okay. Seeing as there's none, we'll move on to the third one. Are there any objections towards the third clause, including the proposal written in the document? Okay, since there was someone typing, but it seems like it's already finished now. So again, are there any objection towards the newly typed proposal? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, thank you so much. And then we're going to move into the fourth one. I believe that the fourth was agreed to be omitted. Are there any objection or?
Yes, Chair, it was omitted.
Please raise your flag. So just to clarify, the fourth point will be omitted and it will be combined, or will it just like be omitted? Omitted with the third paragraph.
We have already added in the text from the fourth into the third, so no further changes will be needed in the third.
Thank you very much, the delegation of Australia, for that clarification. Next, we're going to move into the fifth point, the one supporting young people. And again, really sorry for the technicality issue. Are there any objection towards that point? Going once, going twice. Seeing as there's none, we'll move on. Yeah, we'll move on to the next clause. Are there any objection? The delegation of Bolivia.
I need to add in the part of not only on the reducing and managing waste, but we have the 4S: reuse, recycle, reduce, recycle, and recover. Maybe these four concepts of the circular economy be added. Just only my comment. Thank you very much. So reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover.
Delegates of Bolivia would like to clarify, you would like to add a specification on responsible consumption in 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because this is a concept, also part of the circular economy that also provides some jobs on the reuse sector and the recycle sector, and the reduce multi-use, recycle, and recover. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, the delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Referring to the acknowledging the urgency of managing that clause, the delegation of Korea would like to suggest that since from the perspective of the delegation of Korea, we believe that this clause has mainly two emphases. One is the emphasis towards the changing or expanding the current mindset of businesses into the circular economy prone mindset and opening up to the waste management and the effectiveness of it. And this has been from the delegation of Korea to be believed in, it has been expanded in the third clause where the circular economy third clause explains about the innovative business models, and it could be the further explanation into the annex of the third clause, as we could talk about the changing or the expansion of the current mindset of businesses through the innovative business models that have been driven by young people and so forth. The second point would be of the clause that we're discussing would be stressing the importance of educating the small, medium enterprises, consumers of responsible consumption and production, which expands to the citizens of the FEALAC member states. Since the emphasis on and the discourse of education has been explicitly stated in the last clause of the circular economy clause, overall the delegation of Korea, since this clause contains the two main components that has been explained in the clause 3 and the last clause of the circular economy, that it could be dissolved into those two clauses and be omitted.
Thank you very much. So it will be omitted and it will be further explained in the annex relating to the two clauses. Okay, thank you very much. Lastly, the last response towards this clause is the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and all distinguished delegates. We have several points on our intervention. First, addressing Bolivia's intervention. First of all, we reject the proposal coming from Bolivia to specify on to reduce, reuse, and recycle, because the responsible consumption and production that we use here, the term is deriving from SDG 12. And if we open the detailed indicators of SDG 12, it is beyond the three concepts, the three things: reduce, reuse, recycle. So we cannot just simply narrow down responsible consumption and production into those three elements: reduce, reuse, and recycle, because SCP is way beyond that. And then second one, we would like to address the concerns from the Republic of Korea regarding to dissolve the clause, right? Regarding to dissolve the clause, because it has two different substance there. We encourage Republic of Korea, but we understand your concern. But if there is any alternative from Republic of Korea on the changing of the language that will connect the two different ideas that you mentioned just previously, that will be great, rather than deleting it. Because if you delete this, then yesterday we have come into consensus that small and medium enterprises are need to also be educated with circular economy education, because there are lots of SMEs out there, and then they are also the emitters of carbon pollutants and pollution towards the environment from their own businesses. Like major companies, big companies, they have a specific standards and operating procedure and sophisticated structural mechanism on how to address this, but smaller business, they don't have that. So that's why we still aim to educate the small medium enterprises. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Okay, since it's related, lastly to respond, the delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, delegation of Indonesia. The concern from the delegation of Korea is that the third clause, explaining about the innovative business models as well as the transfer of technology, is believed by the delegation of Korea to include the big businesses as well as the small businesses itself. So the delegation of Korea would like to suggest a dissolve of this clause due to the first substance that states about the opening up the current mindset of businesses into not being just completely erased, but into the annex of the third clause to be further exemplified into the innovative business models that has been stated, since innovative business models include big to small enterprises. Secondly, the education part has been delved explicitly in the last clause of the circular economy. And so instead of just, I guess, erasing it out of the entire the declaration, the delegate of Korea advised the fellow delegates to, and the delegation who have written this clause, into explaining the education of the small enterprises as well as consumers of responsible consumption in the annex of the last clause of the circular economy.
Thank you very much for that. However, after deliberating with the other reporter and also the chair from the previous session, we see that since it is in nature a bit similar to the previous one, we can omit that and just combine it, since it's already picturized and the spirit of it is very similar. And the specification, you can put that in later, like in the annex for further elaboration, including the actors that are involved. Thank you.
Chair, it has been merged to number 7. Can you please see? The delegate of Indonesia has understand Korea proposal and have moved it to number 7.
The delegates of Indonesia, apologies, but please do not speak before given the floor. But thank you for the suggestion. We know that there's a lot of great proposals, great mechanisms, but because we're very limited both on time and in terms of like the scope of the declaration, like we have to keep the consistency. So we see that instead of there's a more repetitive clause, we can put the details within the annex and join the spirit of that clause with the previous clause in which it has already picturized. Okay, we're going to go into the next point. The next point is regarding the reinforcement, the role of youth engagement and action in the circular, yeah, so on, yeah, that clause. Are there any objection on the floor? Going once, twice. The delegation of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Korea, if the delegation of Korea has understood it correctly, the clause is emphasizing and highlighting the importance of optimizing platforms such as social media to provide a ladder of engagement and encourage entry-level activists. And the delegation who has come up with this clause, the delegation of Korea is assuming that the delegation that has come up with this clause is emphasizing that youth are more prone to using the platforms of social media. And so with that understanding, the first clause talks about the youth-centric, youth-sensitive innovation and youth-driven advocacy for the community in a just way. This example of social media and its online platforms, whether that may be an online platform for communication and engagement within the youth, the delegation of Korea believes that this underlies the first clause of the youth-centric, youth-sensitive innovation, and thus it should be exemplified in the annex talking about the social media and the online platforms, while it highlights the first clause.
Thank you very much. In response to that, the delegation of Indonesia, briefly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and all distinguished delegates. I'll try to address this briefly, but we would like to again ask and invite Republic of Korea to understand that the first clause is more principle in nature. And first of all, we cannot just delete number 5 just because we already mentioned youth-led innovation in number 1. Because it's a two different organ within the body. And then next thing, this clause is mainly endorsed by the Latin America delegations in our chamber because considering the context and the low context of youth in Latin America. So I think we invite Latin America and the delegation of Australia, if I'm not mistaken, that advocate for this clause existence yesterday. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other objection? Okay. The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please seek clarification on what the delegate from Korea is looking for? Are you looking to remove that clause, or seeking, or just simply to put an annex at the end to describe it more?
Madam Chair, I'll proceed to the answering delegation of Australia's question. So the delegation of Korea recognizes the importance of these online platforms and optimizing and organizing these platforms. So instead of just eradicating this clause completely from the declaration, we believe that the importance of social media, since it has been more open towards and more engaged towards youth and their youth development, it coincides with the clause 1, and thus it should, we are suggesting that it should go to the annex of the clause 1.
Thank you so much for all the suggestion delegates. Due to the time constraint and after deliberating with the steering team, we have decided that it will be adopted, so it won't be omitted. However, within the annex, you must give a premise on how it is within tight relation to the previous clause. Thank
Clarification, Chair, so you imply that this is still adopted in the main...
Yes, it is still adopted, but within the annex you must explain how it is tightly related to the previous clause.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Because
Thank
I
you.
believe this will be beneficial for Korea because they have so many online supporters program.
Okay, thank you,
So, yeah.
delegates. Okay, we're going to go into the next point, which is developing circular economy education programs that are contextualized and tailored for every actor in the supply chain and so on. Is there any other objection? Okay, seeing as there's no objection, we're going to adopt this as well, including the suggestion done within the Google document. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much for your cooperativeness. This actually marks the end of our discussion session, well, last discussion session. After this, you're going to have lunch and you're going to have the plenary session. So again, please send 2 representatives that will further elaborate it, and that is obligatory. It must be like 2 representatives, and we highly encourage the 2 representatives are the one who are highly involved within the draft declaration and the annex formulation. And other than that, your line, the way for your lunch venue will be directed by the organizing committee. And thank you so much for your cooperativeness. Really, we deeply apologize for this time constraint, and thank you so much for the negotiation and the compromise that you have done, that we are able to finish this draft document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists, and thank you all the delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to refuel and enjoy a delicious lunch. So we kindly invite all delegates to make their way to the exquisite Grand Prianger Hotel, located a mere 700 meters away from the venue. So the Grand Prianger Hotel, nestled in the heart of the city, offers a luxurious blend of heritage and contemporary elegance. With its stunning architecture, world-class amenities, and impeccable service, it promises a memorable dining experience amidst a captivating ambience. Following the lunch break, we will be visiting the renowned Asia Africa Museum located nearby. So please be prepared to immerse yourself in the rich history, diverse heritage, and inspiring stories that encapsulate the spirit of the Asia Africa region. Get ready for the captivating exploration that will further enhance our understanding and appreciation of this remarkable part of the world. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next session. Terima kasih.
Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia menyimpan arsip Konferensi Asia Afrika. Terdiri dari berbagai media, 1.778 lembar arsip kertas, 565 lembar arsip foto, dan 7 reel arsip film. Masing-masing arsip tersebut disimpan dalam ruangan yang suhu dan kelembabannya terjaga.
Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya.
Setelah serangkaian pertemuan dan penjajakan yang dilakukan Indonesia, Perdana Menteri Ali Sastro Amijoyo mengundang kembali para Perdana Menteri yang hadir di konferensi Kolombo untuk mengadakan pertemuan di Bogor pada tanggal 28 sampai dengan 31 Desember 1954. Konferensi Bogor menghasilkan keputusan bahwa Konferensi Asia Afrika dilaksanakan pada bulan April 1955 di Kota Bandung. Untuk mewujudkan rekomendasi Konferensi Bogor dan dalam rangka melaksanakan Konferensi Asia Afrika, Indonesia membentuk sekretariat bersama dengan 5 negara penyelenggara lainnya. Indonesia diwakili oleh Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Luar Negeri Ruslan Abdul Ghani yang saat itu berperan sebagai Ketua Panitia Bersama. Selanjutnya, pemerintah Indonesia membentuk panitia interdepartemental. Dan di Bandung, tempat penyelenggaraan konferensi, dibentuk panitia setempat pada tanggal 3 Januari 1955 yang diketuai oleh Sanusi Harjadinata, Gubernur Jawa Barat. Panitia setempat bertugas mempersiapkan dan melayani hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan akomodasi, logistik, transportasi, kesehatan, komunikasi, keamanan, hiburan, protokol, penerangan, dan lain-lain. Pada tanggal 16 April 1955, Perdana Menteri Ali Sastro Amijoyo bersama Menteri Luar Negeri Sunario menyambut kedatangan para delegasi, antara lain Perdana Menteri Republik Rakyat Tiongkok Zhou Enlai, Perdana Menteri Mesir Gamal Abdul Nasser, Perdana Menteri India Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Perdana Menteri Birma UNU, Perdana Menteri Sri Lanka Sirjon Kotelawala. Pada hari Senin 18 April 1955, sekitar pukul 8.30 waktu Indonesia Barat, para delegasi dari berbagai negara berjalan meninggalkan Hotel Homan dan Hotel Preanger secara berkelompok menuju Gedung Merdeka untuk menghadiri pembukaan Konferensi Asia Afrika. Banyak di antara mereka memakai pakaian nasional masing-masing. Mereka disambut hangat oleh rakyat yang berdiri di sepanjang jalan Asia Afrika dengan tepuk tangan dan sorak-sorai. Perjalanan para delegasi dari Hotel Homan dan Hotel Preanger ini kemudian dikenal dengan nama langkah bersejarah The Bandung Walk. Sekitar pukul 9 waktu Indonesia Barat, semua delegasi sudah tiba di Gedung Merdeka. Tidak lama kemudian, iring-iringan kendaraan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia tiba. Presiden Soekarno selanjutnya membuka penyelenggaraan Konferensi Asia Afrika di Gedung Merdeka Bandung. Dalam pembukaan sidang Konferensi Asia Afrika, Presiden Soekarno berpidato dengan judul Let a New Asia and New Africa Be Born.
I pray to God that the Asian African Conference succeed in doing its job.
Beliau mengajak sidang Konferensi Asia Afrika untuk membangun Asia baru dan Afrika baru yang bebas, damai, merdeka, dan tidak terikat pada blok manapun.
As President of the Republic of Indonesia, and on behalf of the 80 million people of Indonesia, I bid you welcome to this country.
Presiden Soekarno menganjurkan perlunya persatuan antar bangsa-bangsa di Asia dan Afrika, serta mencari jalan ke arah perdamaian untuk seluruh umat manusia.
Asia and Africa, and to the peoples of all nations, Bismillah, Godspeed.
Setelah Presiden Soekarno mengakhiri pidatonya, ia bersama rombongan meninggalkan ruangan, sementara para delegasi kembali bersidang. Perdana Menteri Ali Sastro Amijoyo terpilih sebagai Ketua Konferensi, sedangkan Sekretaris Jenderal dijabat Ruslan Abdul Ghani. Dalam pidatonya, Perdana Menteri Ali Sastro Amijoyo menyampaikan asal-usul, dasar, dan tujuan Konferensi Asia Afrika, serta mengharapkan Konferensi Asia Afrika dapat memberikan sumbangan bagi perdamaian dan kerjasama dunia. Pada malam harinya, digelar acara malam kesenian di halaman kantor Gubernur Jawa Barat. Beberapa kesenian dari tanah Pasundan ditampilkan, antara lain permainan alat musik dari bambu yaitu angklung dan sejumlah tarian tradisional. Pada tanggal 19 April 1955, keesokan harinya, para delegasi negara-negara peserta Konferensi Asia Afrika kembali bersidang. Agenda pada hari kedua adalah melanjutkan pembacaan pidato para ketua delegasi, di antaranya delegasi Jepang tentang peningkatan kesejahteraan bangsa Asia Afrika. Delegasi Jordania mengingatkan para peserta konferensi untuk menjaga perdamaian dunia, khususnya Palestina. Delegasi Liberia menganggap konferensi ini sebagai kebangkitan bangsa Asia Afrika. Delegasi Pakistan berbicara tentang peningkatan hubungan ekonomi, politik, dan budaya. Delegasi Filipina berbicara tentang kebebasan berpolitik. Delegasi Syria berbicara tentang meningkatkan perdamaian di tengah ketegangan dunia akibat Perang Dingin.
Our independence
FEALAC Youth Summit 2023. I hope the lunch was delightful and it's time to resume our vibrant discussions. Therefore, we kindly request your attention as we prepare to convene for the highly anticipated plenary session. Engaging speakers and thought-provoking debates await us as we delve deeper into the key themes and objectives of the FEALAC Youth Summit. Let us gather, inspired and ready to shape a brighter future for our region. But before that, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed co-chairs of the FEALAC Youth Summit 2023. Their unwavering dedication, visionary leadership, and profound commitment to youth empowerment has been instrumental in shaping this remarkable gathering. So please join me in giving a resounding round of applause to our co-chairs for their invaluable contributions and for guiding us towards a transformative summit experience. A warm welcome to Secretary of the Directorate General of American and European Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Orina Ritonga. Function 3 FEALAC DAS Coordinator, Afina Burhanuddin.
Thank you.
And we also have Head of Government and Regional Autonomy Bureau for the province of West Java, Mrs. Yulia Dewita. Co-chairs, may we welcome you to lead the plenary session.
Thank you to the MC. In Bahasa Indonesia or in Arabic we say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Blessed upon us. And good afternoon everyone. I'm sure you're all in high spirit, right? Right? Okay. So before we start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Afina Burhanuddin. I'm the Counselor and Deputy Director from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And for this plenary session, I will be co-chairing with Ibu Yulia. And I think I will give the floor to Bu Yulia for a moment to introduce herself. Please, Ibu.
Thank you, Bu Afina. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'm Yulia. I'm the head of Government and Regional Autonomy Bureau of West Java Provincial Government. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Yulia. I think I would like to first acknowledge the hardworking and also the gruesome process of formulating the report of this the sub-team groups, but also the declaration that already been agreed upon earlier on before the lunchtime. For this plenary session, we're going to make it as quick as possible so we can prepare ourselves with the signing of the declaration by 3 p.m. So this session, we will try to have the overview of the process. So we will have the report from the chair of the discussion that we have earlier. And then we will have the chance also to hear the insights from all the representatives of the sub-teams that we have from yesterday until this morning. So without further ado, I would like to invite the chair of the discussion earlier on, Jesse, to give us the report on the process. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, chairs, and welcome again, everyone. I don't think I need to introduce myself because it has been like 3 times. So yeah, I know you guys already know who I am, but I'm here just like lastly, and I will be representing the whole chairing team that has assisted you since yesterday. Firstly, I would like to express the utmost gratitude and appreciation for all the delegates here who have worked hard in formulating this draft declaration. Not only that, I would also like to say thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Indonesia and the Provincial Government of West Java for organizing this event and giving us youths a platform to voice our concern and our proposals for the current climate crisis. Since the beginning of the summit, we come here already knowing with the ingrained recognition of the urgency and significance of combating climate change in hope of securing our one and only planet and for future generations to come. We combine our minds and together produce the future and action-oriented draft declaration of the FEALAC Bandung Spirit Youth Declaration on Climate Actions. Proceeding with the report, I'll start with the critical land restoration track in which I have discussed with each track chairs. The critical land restoration track discussion was engaging and fruitful with delegates delving into substantive topics. They demonstrated enthusiasm and initiative driving critical land restoration efforts. The exchange of experiences and expertise from fellow delegates refined proposed actions and therefore ensuring the effective program and plan for implementation. One of the main traits from this track is how the discussion remained focused and productive, with delegates building upon each other's contributions. The comprehensive dialogue deepened understanding of restoration challenges and solutions, and as a result, this track has produced 6 clauses that will be included within the declaration. Moving on to the disaster resilience track. The disaster resilience track discussion stood out for me, not only because I was their chair, but due to the participant spirit of cooperation and empathy. Despite their diverse background and urges, delegates engaged in friendly exchange of ideas and reached agreements on how the international community should enhance agreements and plan the resilience in response to existing and future disasters, in which in the past, we all have been a witness of how these disasters have been causing lives and economic costs in a very large scale. Throughout the discussions, delegates fostered a collaborative atmosphere prioritizing the common goal of building resilience. Despite the differing contexts and challenges that they face, the participants were able to find common ground and work towards the shared solution. For this, the delegates have been successful in the creation of 5 clauses for this declaration. This cooperative approach ensured that the discussion was productive and focused on actionable strategies for disaster response and preparedness. Last but not least is the circular economy track. The discussion on the circular economy track was active and comprehensive, adapting to unexpected conditions and ensuring that all voices were heard. Delegates learned from inspiring examples and practical implementations, gaining valuable insights into circular economy best practices. After extensive discussions, the circular economy track reached a consensus on 6 crucial clauses. This reflects the collective wisdom and agreement of the delegates, driving meaningful change and inspiring concrete action. As written in our draft declaration, more specifically at the ending part within the chapeau, is that we are going to establish the FEALAC Youth Network for Climate Actions. But before that, I would like to actually dive into what differs youth to other groups of people. Well, we are different because we're young, we're passionate, maybe idealistic, but we have vision that drive us to act with the future in mind. Although faced with all the difficulties that we know regarding climate change and the race against time, we still dream for a better Earth, which can be seen from your attendance within the summit. It might seem something that is small and not important, but it is. This understanding becomes the basis of the initiation to establish the FEALAC Youth Network for Climate Action as a connecting platform for us to collectively promote concrete action, which means that whilst drafting this document, we're planning to not only keeping in touch with all the delegates here, but together we implement what we have promised. Because from our perspective, that's what this declaration is, a stern but needed promise to save our planet. Which is why we look forward to the consensus that will produce the first ever FEALAC Youth Summit declaration. Lastly, as fellow youths, representing my team, I would like to say that we learned many things and just endless knowledge from all the delegates here. And being given the opportunity to chair your fruitful debate is such an honor. We acknowledge that arriving to this point hasn't been an easy journey, and one of the biggest hurdles that we face is the lack of time, which will be a part of our evaluation moving forward. However, again, we deeply apologize if there's any misspoken or wrongdoings. Once again, thank you very much for all of your hard work, especially because I know that many of you spend hours and even get only a little amount of sleep to do research and make the annexes. And let's maintain the spirit of cooperation, because this declaration is only a beginning for future collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jess, from the, as a representative from the IYD, Indonesian Youth Diplomacy. Any other comment from the rapporteur? No? Okay, thank you. So now I would like to hand over the floor to my co-chair, Ibu Yulia, please.
Thank you, Bu Fina. Now we proceed with the next agenda of this plenary session, when we are going to hear the report from each group under the 3 sub-themes. Now we would like to invite representative from the group on the critical land restoration to deliver the reports and notes on the group discussion session. Who's going to be represent the critical and restoration group?
Me and
okay.
Michelle.
Delegation from Mexico, the floor is yours.
The joint conclusion?
Yeah, you may proceed, sorry.
I'm going to read the joint conclusion.
I don't have it out, sorry.
You can present the conclusions.
Okay.
Of the group, yeah.
I'm going to present the first part, and then I'll lead the way for Michelle. Okay, so the joint conclusion reached by the Critical Land Restoration Group, we had a very fruitful discussion. We are different, we are very multidisciplinary, and the different background really strengthen our points of view. And for the clause number 2, promoting critical land restoration based on principles of inclusive, multidisciplinary, and creative public participation, leading towards social and environmental justice, well-being, local wisdom, and sustainability as our effort to protect, maintain, and restore ecosystem functions to support sustainable life and development. Action plan. First, empowering members of the community to strengthen their institutional capacities through social organizations while respecting their local beliefs, integrating their wisdom, and actively involving local leaders in their decision-making processes. Second, committing to raise awareness to promote education using social and cultural participatory research and design to generate community co-design outputs. In the third place, involving academic institutions in social mapping projects in the context of critical land restorations. Clause 3, encouraging harmony, cooperation, and development between public institutions, private sectors, non-governmental organizations, individual and local communities in the proximity of conservation area. The action plan for this, first, supporting the requirement for inclusive stakeholder engagement to be carried out as part of all development planning processes. Second, ensuring all new developments adhere to the environmental, social, and governance, ESG, standards and principles. And clause 4, enforcing norms and ensuring access to rights, dignity, equity, legitimacy, and justice for all stakeholders. The action plan as follows. First, assessing the community to create a regional ecological restoration network to identify the major challenges and generate standardized protocols for assisting land managers and stakeholders through shared databases and experience. Second, this network would enhance the critical mass of practitioners working under similar, though diverse, social, cultural, and ecological context. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the group that want to add or comments? Delegation from Bolivia.
Yeah, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm very happy to be involved in this process. I will continue about the part of the resolution of critical land restorations, starting the clause number 5. Yes. Is encouraging actions to mitigate the process.
I'm sorry, could you speak louder, please? Thank you.
Clause number 5, encouraging actions to mitigate the process and land degradations, especially in reducing extractivisms, industry products, while considering economic and ecosystem balance in each country. So we have some action plans that are going to do. Action plan number 1 is implementing market mechanisms such as environmental offset requirements, taxing corporate carbon emission, or second, encouraging companies to make zero deforestation commitments in their supply chains. Number 3, supporting the implementation of RED+ framework so that developing countries can receive results-based and payments for emissions reductions when they reduce deforestation. Number 4 is developing eco-friendly after-use product design to invent new creative economies and expand society and employment. That is the clause number 5. Now heading to the clause number 6. Preventing biodiversity loss through sustainable farming practices. Areas conservation efforts and protection of biodiversity, innovative technologies, native seeds, this is very important, and freshwater sources inside and outside protected areas through habitat, holistic landscape rehabilitation. And they have some points. Number 1 is supporting landscape restoration projects that will deliver multiple benefits for both the environment and the communities. And second, supporting the creation of legislation which protects water sources, native vegetations and seeds, healthy soil and clean air. That we have in the critical land restoration. That's our report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I think that would be all for critical land restoration group. And now we will proceed to the next group. We would like to invite the representative from the group on the disaster resilient society to deliver the reports and notes on the group discussion sessions.
Yeah, for the first clause, we suggested introducing area planning, in particular in the open areas or riverbanks, by reforestation and the development of ecosystem replication. For the clause 2 is promoting engagement and inclusion of all communities to build a disaster resilient society, including through the full, equal, meaningful, and inclusive participation and contribution of youth in all forms and processes, with the aim of promoting and advancing actions towards the disaster risk reduction. We made the definitions of the different types of group that are geographic communities, cultural or ethnic communities, professional or occupational communities, social or interest-based communities, generational communities, socioeconomic and public communities. And also we put the examples of different case studies of youth participation groups. One of them was a youth participation group in Colombia named Youth Network for Risk Reduction. The other one is one from Myanmar that is Youth for Social Change. The third one is Youth Mappers from Thailand. Also from Cambodia, the Youth Resource Development Program. And also for the inclusions, we discuss the future prospects that include involving inclusion of youth participation groups and communities in policy and decision-making processes, and also that governments can develop inclusive policies that ensure youth perspectives are considered in disaster risk reduction strategies and plan. That also includes creating youth advisory committees, establishing youth representatives in decision-making bodies, and providing platforms for youth voices. Also, other future prospects include investing in education and capacity building programs that empower youth to actively participate in disaster risk reduction, incorporating disaster preparedness and resilience education in school curriculum, providing training and engagement, and technical skills related to disaster management, and offering mentorship programs that enhance the knowledge and capabilities of young people. Also, involving harnessing technology and innovation to engage youth participation groups and communities. That includes digital platforms, social media, and online forums that can be utilized to connect young people across regions, and enabling knowledge sharing, collaboration, and exchange of best practices in disaster risk reduction, embracing innovative technologies like geospatial mapping, data analytics, and mobile applications that empower youth to contribute. Also, future prospects. The last one is including securing funding and allocating resources specifically for youth participation groups and communities. Governments, international organizations, and philanthropic entities can prioritize financial support for youth-led initiatives, community projects, and capacity building. Well, I'll move to the third clause, that is that we will need to build a regional specific disaster identification system, warning systems, and decision-making system, including understanding the types of disasters and where they occur. Also, we recognize the need to develop enhanced systems that can optimize the reduction of impacts of disasters. So we made include the definitions of disasters, of natural disasters, and also included some case studies that include specific disaster identification, warning, decision-making systems. So we identified a different case study for each one of the items that we mentioned before. We'll move on to the clause number 4. The representative from Cambodia.
Thank you, delegation from Colombia. Delegation from Cambodia, you may proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sitan Sila. I'm from the Kingdom of Cambodia. And now I proceed reading the resolution that we have drafted. So the clause number 4, we acknowledge the need to invest in upholding these 4 attributes: diversity, actualization, connectivity, and adaptive learning within the efforts of climate action. And the clause number 5, we would like to encourage the acceleration of infrastructure building by incorporating the 4th Industrial Revolution technology through collaboration and cooperative within multilateral frameworks in establishing innovative and sustainable disaster resilient infrastructures for both precise disaster monitoring effective and constructive disaster preparedness, and quick recovery. This includes building infrastructure with the climate change projects in mind, implementing green infrastructure solutions, mutual knowledge and information sharing, and ensuring the robust backup system to maintain essential services. So in this case, the first industrial revolution and technology types that we refer to is the AI-based technology and also big data analysis. With the multilateral framework, we focus on the regional cooperative initiative and international convention and treaties, and also the development banks and financial institutes. For the International Research and Knowledge Network, we focus on the precise disaster monitoring, refers to the use of advanced technology such as the remote sensing, LOT, and AI-based system as mentioned, and also the effective and constructive disaster preparedness, in which we involve the comprehensive planning, capacity building, and also coordination in mitigate the impacts of disaster. And also it encompasses various measurements such as conducting risk assessments, implement robust early warning system, and also the engaging the empowering communities through awareness campaigns, like such as training and stuff. And also number 5, design in constructing infrastructure with the resilient in mind. And the quick recovery in this class stands for the swift restoration and the construction of infrastructure and services following disaster event. So in this key aspect, we include the rapid damage assessment, conducting rapid assessment, second, emergency response and resource mobilization, and the third, infrastructure restoration, and the fourth is about social and economic recovery. So for the class number 7, we will need, class number 5, we will need to establish education to disaster prevention and reduction among nationals and promote awareness of people's self-help knowledge in response to disasters. So in this course, it has some main points. First of all, we start a disaster preparedness knowledge. Giving the definition is the ability to define, design, and prepare present of disasters event, understanding the first aid and command system, and also an assessment and their role in the disaster event. And also we focus on the type of disaster resilient education, where we focus on the public communication and development of training, and also the community engagement programs, as well as the personal education programs. And we also provided explanation regarding the case study, regarding the educational program, which the risk reduction and resilient education in Indonesia, in collaboration with UNICEF, and aiming to protect children's rights to protection, security, and survival, as well as the rights to obtain quality and sustainable basic education. And so that's all for the sub-theme number 2. I would like to hand the floor to the third theme, which is circular economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the representatives of Disaster Resilient Society Group. Next, we would like to invite representatives from the group on circular economy to deliver the reports and notes on the group discussion session. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairs, Rapporteurs, Excellencies, and all esteemed delegates. Republic of Indonesia have the honor to co-present the Circular Economy Working Group here to share the deliverables of our discussion and the outcome annex documents. Allow my delegation first to appreciate the government of Indonesia for their stewardship in delivering this important convening for us, the youths from FEALAC countries. Indonesia's continued commitment for youth engagement are also the embodiment of Indonesia's political leadership in advancing climate action. Our delegation as well render our appreciation for the conference that advances not only the youth declaration, but also the concrete site visits and important capacity building for youth. Madam Co-Chairs and all distinguished delegates, allow Indonesia to address 3 elements of the deliverable, while my Australian colleagues after this will present the other 3 elements of our 6th deliverable. Our working group continued to address on how to balance the interests of youth, marginalized and vulnerable communities, businesses, and the government as our approach in devising our solutions while also learning from the findings from our site visit. The declaration sufficiently covered the fundamental aspects, such as recognition to past frameworks, that confirmed the importance of meaningful youth engagement and has upheld the importance of collaboration and inclusion as part of the solution-driving trust. Co-chairs and all distinguished delegates. First, our group understood very well that the importance of balancing social, cultural, environment, and economic aspects are very, very needed. We advocate that young people must be enabled to have their entrepreneurship skills built and delivered in a just way in the community. Second, Indonesia, along with other delegations in the Circular Economy Working Group, we underscore the need to drive youth force through entrepreneurship, academic collaboration, and promote greener and carbon neutral economy, and also discussing deeply on the technicalities of those issues. Business solutions are also our attention to resolve biodiversity loss caused by the economic activities. We understood very well that the small medium enterprises business are very important to be included because they need capacity building and receive empowerment because they have their own contribution to the carbon footprint nationally. Third, we continue as well to drive innovative technology application that are driven by young people, where we believe that youth can tap in from end to end in the product life cycle of the business itself. The role of youth in circular economy as the advocates and spearheader are important for the community because we are considered very highly by the society as one of the new ambition and the new generation in this world. Co-chairs and all distinguished delegates, we have as well formulated a detailed action plan that will implement 6 operative paragraphs that has been adopted in the draft declaration, ranging from continuous youth policy advocacy, FEALAC Youth Network mandate utilization, all the way until empowering those who are marginalized, vulnerable, and living in conflict areas became our attention and has been manifested in detail. We propose concrete initiatives such as coordination with multi-stakeholder entities, reinforcing education for circular economy stakeholders, eradicating single-use plastic, and extractive materials usage on products that were very highly discussed in our working group. We also devise the aspect of social justice because we believe by devising climate justice into the narrative, it will be a very important factor in renewing our social contract for climate action. Circular economy and climate justice are both important interconnected elements in today's business and climate action narrative. And youth must be the forefront because we are the one that will embrace the notion of intergenerational equity. As I conclude my speech, I would like to appreciate all member states in the delegation in the delegation working group for their contribution, as we believe that Indonesia and other countries must collaborate further to deliver all features of our deliverables. Thank you, and now I yield the floor to the Honorable Delegate of Australia. Go ahead.
Thank you, esteemed delegates, for the opportunity to speak here. As the delegate before me explained, I will be trying to talk more on the last 3 points of our working group on the circular economy. The first one is supporting young people, women, children, those displaced, marginalised, disabled, vulnerable, and in conflict zones to find approaches to contribute to the circular economy through reducing and managing waste with the aim of increasing efficiency of the supply chain and reducing raw material. Now, what this emphasises is that we as young people understand the importance of inclusion. We cannot leave anyone behind on this journey for climate justice, and us as a room and us as a summit understand this. The second point, reinforcing the role of youth engagement and action in the circular economy by organising and optimising platforms such as social media to provide a ladder of engagement and to encourage entry-level activists. Again, what this recognises is that youth have a powerful role to play in climate solutions, and especially in the circular economy. We will be using the tools at our advantage. We have recognised in this room today, and we recognised in rooms yesterday, that us as a generation know how to use social media. We will take on those. We will build on every opportunity that is given to us. We will use every resource at our disposal to make sure that every person has an opportunity to contribute to this movement. And we must understand that all of us in this room today, we have an opportunity to be here, to use our voice, to speak on behalf of our representative countries. But we're not only thinking about us in this room, we're thinking about those entry-level activists, the people of tomorrow who are going to be leading this movement, and the people in this room to come, and we recognise them as well. The third point is developing a circular economy education programs that are contextualised and tailored for every actor in the supply chain, while also acknowledging the urgency, and the point here with urgency is really key here, of managing and reducing waste by executing mitigation actions, such as preventing the production of waste by changing the current mindset of business and educating small, medium enterprises, SMEs, and consumers of responsible consumption and production. This really points out two things. The first, that we are placing the emphasis on not only individual action for change, but on business and on larger enterprises. It is not just up to us as individuals to make everyday small changes, but to those big corporations with power to make sure they are doing everything they can as well. And the second point here is that education is fundamental. We cannot expect people to contribute to this movement if they don't understand why we're asking them to do what we're asking them to do. So education here is key, and our room recognises this. I'll finish there because I am aware that I've been given the honour of probably having one of the last people to speak here, so we can finish up. But thank you for the honour of being here, and to the organisers for all the hard work you have been put in. It is very easy to see how much you care about this issue, and it is greatly appreciated, so thank you so much. The last thing is that there's hard work ahead, but I'm sure we're all ready for it, so thank you.
Thank you to delegation from Indonesia and Australia as the representative of the Circular Economy Group. So with that, I would also like to give appreciation to all group of the 3 sub-themes on their hard work in discussing and have come up to the formulation of the conclusion that will become the part of the declaration that we will produce for this summit. Thank you, and now I will give back the floor to Mrs. Afina to proceed with the next agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, Ibu Yulia. Distinguished delegates, we come to the discussion about the FEALAC Bandung Spirit Youth Declaration on Climate Actions. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you again for agreeing on the FEALAC Bandung Spirit Youth Declaration on Climate Action, which will reflect the commitments of youth from member countries of FEALAC. And for that, of course, we are all grateful. However, I believe that the annex, especially reports from each of the sub-teams, has not been completed. So we would like to propose a period of 1 week to finalize the annex to be part of the declaration. If that could be agreed upon, we can take that as a yes from everybody, from all the delegates, that we will have 1 week to share the draft, and then let you have the discussion by yourself within your group, within your sub-team group, and then send it to us to be finalized as the part of the declaration annex. Is that agreed upon? Yep. Okay, no comments? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and I think also that we would also like to ask your inputs or share with us the commitment that you will have regarding what you have learned, what you have studied here, what you have seen here, to be the commitment that you might do in your own country and share with us, and we will put that as your commitment as the annex of the declaration as well. So I think our friend from IYD has provided the link for that. Yes, yeah. So please kindly put that in that link, and then we will put your thoughts, your commitment as the part of the declaration. And I think before I conclude the plenary session, I would like to ask any comments that you might have that we can use as the notes on the FEALAC Youth Summit 2023. And we'll take that as our notes and, of course, evaluation for probably next Youth Summit. We don't know when or where, but for sure, I think Mexico was offering the proposal of evaluation to certain time, a period of time, to make sure that we are all maintaining our commitment to contribute to the climate actions efforts. Any comments that you would like to let us know and take notes? The floor is yours. Valerie, from delegates from Colombia, the floor is yours.
Yes, my question is where can or through where we can submit the notes and the evaluation?
Thank you, delegates from Colombia. I think we will send it through the WhatsApp group, and we will let you know the link. IYD, the Indonesian Youth Diplomacy, will share it with you and let you have the time to reflect on that, and then let us know about your commitment. Thank you. Anyone else would like to add to that, or any comments regarding anything that you would like to share with us that will be useful for our next event? Australia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Along the same lines, I was thinking perhaps to allow the delegates to have some time to think about feedback, and there is a lot to absorb and digest. It's been such an incredible and massive week. Perhaps in the WhatsApp we could have a form or a written feedback mechanism to submit later.
Thank you. We'll take note of that. Anyone, any delegates would like to give us some comments? No?
A question, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So after the 1 week period, we'll be having a Zoom meeting to finalize the annex or not, or is it just by WhatsApp chat coordination? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the proposal. I think IYD said that it's possible that we could have a Zoom meeting. It's just bear in mind that we are from different parts of the world. So one will be in the morning, one will be in the evening. So we'll see to that. If it's possible, we can do that. Would you like to add? Yes, please.
We can, perhaps not weekdays, because I think we can stay up late until in weekend. You know. Yeah.
I think. Thank you very much. I think we can put that as a note, and then we'll see how the comment that we would like that we will have once the link is ready, and also the inputs that you might give us after the 1 week discussion on the report of the sub-team group. Okay, one last chance for any comment before I conclude. No? One moment. Okay. Madam Co-Chair, allow me, on behalf of us here, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the provincial government of West Java, and of course our colleague from the IYD, Indonesia Youth Diplomacy. We would like to thank you all. But I think before I close this, I would like to acknowledge as well our esteemed delegate from the FEALAC Cyber Secretariat, who would you like to say a few words for us, Jesu? Please.
Honorable participants, distinguished delegates. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jisung Alicia Song, and I'm coming from Korea. And I'm a program coordinator of the FEALAC Cyber Secretariat. First of all, on behalf of the FEALAC Cyber Secretariat, I would like to deliver this message of gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia and the government of West Java Province for hosting the FEALAC Youth Summit 2023 under the theme of contributions for climate actions. According to the Santo Domingo declarations accepted during the 9th Foreign Ministers meeting accepted in Dominican Republic in 2019, the FEALAC member countries agreed to give highest priorities to projects and discussions on the issues of comprehensive disaster and risk management, environment, and climate change. And the FEALAC member countries continue their efforts on it within the works of the existing socio-political cooperation, sustainable development, and climate change working group. In Spain, the FEALAC Youth Summit 2023 served as a platform to strengthen cooperation and deepen our understanding of shared challenges. It was inspiring to witness the shared commitment of the youth delegations from 19 FEALAC member countries from East Asia, Latin America, to address pressing global issues, including climate change, sustainable development, economic cooperation, and cultural exchanges. Your collective dedication to finding solutions and promoting mutual prosperity serves as a testament to the strength of our partnership. So once again, the FEALAC Cyber Secretariat would like to extend our deepest appreciation to Indonesia for the sincere efforts in organizing this event and ensuring its success. And to the young delegates, thank you for sharing your sincere dialogue, and I had so much fun here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jisoo from the FEALAC Cyber Secretariat from the Republic of Korea. I think we are very privileged to have the representative, two of them, to come and then participate also, not only supervising or observing, but also participating in our Youth Summit this year. Distinguished delegates, I would like also to share with you that we've already mentioned to the Cyber Secretariat that if any of the FEALAC member states would like to take up the opportunity to be the host of Youth Summit as an Indonesian initiative to kickstart the Youth Summit, please make sure that you are all very welcome to take up that initiative and to continue the torch. Okay. Once again, we would like to thank you for the hard working of all the distinguished delegates on putting together your valuable and inspiring thoughts into your sub-team's reports and also the agreement to the declaration. I believe we already scheduled the signing at 3 p.m. For the declaration for all the delegates who attending our FEALAC Youth Summit this year, contribution to the climate actions. And for that, we look forward for the signing. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, chairs. Thank you. Okay, as the chair said before, we are going to continue to the next session, which is the signing ceremony. Therefore, we would like to ask all the chairs to please be ready. You may stand up to witness the signing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates, we have reached a significant moment in our summit where we will be witnessing the signing of the FEALAC Bandung Youth Climate Action Declaration. This historic document represents the collective determination of our youth leaders to address the urgent challenges of climate change. I'm honored to announce that this signing ceremony will be witnessed by our esteemed chairs, Secretary of the Directorate General of American and European Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Orina Ritonga, Deputy Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Afina Burhanuddin, Head of Government and Regional Autonomy Bureau for the Province of West Java, Mrs. Yulia Dewita, and Song Jisung as a representative from FEALAC Cyber Secretariat. So please, you may stand up to witness the signing ceremony by all the delegates. Delegates, the mechanism of this signing ceremony will be done by all the delegates one by one. So I will call the name and the country in alphabetical order. And for those whose names I call, please come forward to proceed the signing ceremony. Once again, the mechanism of this signing ceremony will be done by all the delegates one by one. So I will call the name and the country in alphabetical order. And for those whose names I call, please come forward to proceed the signing ceremony. To be prepared, I will call upon to forward Eli Hanrahan, delegates of Australia. The next, please be ready, Lucy Skelton, delegates of Australia. I would like to invite all the chairs to witness the signing ceremony. Michelle Mercado from Bolivia. I would like to invite Silida Sitan from Cambodia. Sovereign Hon from Cambodia. Ingrid A. Javilan Tatin from Chile. Bao Wei from China. Li Yugui, Delegate of China. Tan Chang, Delegate of China. Wang Yinzhou, Delegate of China. Ena Velosa Cont, Colombia. Please be prepared. Andres Quiroga Arias, Delegate of Colombia. Valeria Ramirez, Delegate of Colombia. Santiago P.E. Andrade from Ecuador. Gilma de Moreno, El Salvador. Catherine Nunvio, Delegate of El Salvador. Andrea Eleman Garcia, Delegate of Honduras. Armeliana Usi, Delegate of Indonesia. Hino Samuel Jose, Delegate of Indonesia. Hino Samuel Jose, delegates of Indonesia. M. Asmi Albari, delegate of Indonesia. Muhammad Haikal A, delegate of Indonesia. Ayako Takao, delegate of Japan. Hyungjun Han, Republic of Korea. Jiwoo Kim, Republic of Korea. Apisit Manifan, Lao PDR. Delevan N from Lao PDR. Oscar Rodrigo Victoria, delegate of Mexico. Kiao Tet Aung, delegate of Myanmar. Madi, delegate of Myanmar. C2, delegate of Myanmar. Brenda Sophie Lee, delegate of Panama. Lacey Johanna Riquelme, delegate of Panama. Dulcie Durham, delegate of Suriname. Fadusdi Lunam, Delegate of Thailand. Wasing Angsawate, Delegate of Thailand. Fredis Carrascal, Delegate of Venezuela. That was the signing ceremony. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, following the signing, we kindly request all participants to join the chairs for an official group photo. Please come forward and make a position for photo group together. All the delegates. All right, delegates, let us capture this milestone in our journey towards a sustainable future. Let us come together, united in our commitment, and commemorate this momentous occasion. On my count, please be ready. Please make sure you have your face on a camera. All right, ready? I will count down from 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, delegates. Thank you very much. And please give a big round of applause for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates, as we draw near to the conclusion of this remarkable FEALAC Youth Summit, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and esteemed guests for their invaluable contributions. Before we bid farewell, we would like to announce that a press conference will be held shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that a press conference will be held shortly. This press conference will provide an opportunity for the officials and one representative from each group to share their key takeaways, highlights, and commitments arising from the summit with the media. We kindly request the designated representative to gather at the designated press conference area promptly, located in the front of this hall. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that a press conference will be held shortly. So this press conference will provide an opportunity for the officials and one representative from each group to share their key takeaways, highlights, and commitments arising from the summit with the media. We kindly request the designated representatives to gather at the designated press conference area promptly, located in the front of this hall. So to all the designated representative, please be ready to hold a press conference.
Closing ya, Mas? Belum closing dulu? Hah? Udah dua? Udah lagi?
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we would like to announce that a press conference will be held shortly. This press conference will provide an opportunity for the officials and one representative from each group to share their key takeaways, highlights, and commitments arising from the summit with the media. So we kindly request the designated representatives from each group to gather at the designated press conference area promptly. The press conference will be located in the front of this hall, so please, to all the representatives from each group, be ready and prepare yourself for the press conference. Ladies and gentlemen, another information following this ceremony, we will be visiting the renowned Asia Africa Museum located nearby. So prepare yourself to immerse the rich history, diverse heritage, and inspiring stories that encapsulate the spirit of the Asia Africa region. Get ready for a captivating exploration that will further enhance our understanding and appreciation of this remarkable part of the world. So, please be ready because after this session, we will visit the Asia Africa Museum, located not far from this building. And another information is, for those of you who want to take a picture in the second floor, you are very welcome to come to the second floor and take a picture.
Oscar from Mexico, Ibu. Lombok, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, thank you all for your active engagement, enthusiasm, and unwavering commitment throughout this summit. Thank you very much. We would like to extend our gratitude for your presence and kind attention here. May the spirit of collaboration and youth empowerment continue to guide us as we forge ahead on this transformative journey. Thank you very much. Last but not least, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a very great day. Thank you very much.
To take concrete steps towards climate actions. Our journey, which began with a global perspective, now returns to the world stage. This time, with Bandung at the center, the voices of youth resonate louder than ever before.